Good evening, guys, and welcome to another Saturday evening stream. Hey, CR, good to see you, brother. How are you doing today? And I just finished my tea, and now I filled up with more coffee. Hey, Ladybug, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. How has your week been, guys? Cozy and warm. Yeah, I had run the radiator to heat the apartment up a little bit more, so that's why. Because our apartment is pretty chilly at winter time. Hey, PB, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? And it's good to see you, Ladybug. And I think we do like this. Standard. Hey, Rebecca, good to see you. Okay, PB, yeah, you have been pretty busy this week. Hey, Sandy, good to see you. Yeah, wintertime. Tay, DJ, West Plains, good to see you. And welcome to this Saturday evening's live stream. And I can say my week has been pretty odd, actually. It was a little bit of a stress this Thursday, so that was not fun. I had a bad day at Thursday, actually. Actually, I'm doing pretty good, but I'm pretty tired, but I manage. I'm in Eastern Tennessee. It's 2:02 Eastern here. Okay. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Tay. I appreciate it. Well, it is what it is, Ladybug. December month is a pretty hectic month, actually, especially when you deliver groceries to people and companies. No, I haven't seen any aurora this week, no. And before I forget anything, I pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat if anyone is up for it. And who wants to join me? And I know PV is interested to join me up here today. And CR as well. But anyway, guys, it's good to see you. How are you doing, Rebecca? I hope you had a great week. So we have an interesting topic for today's stream, guys. Hey, Huga, good to see you. How are you doing, CB? Hey, PV, good to see you, brother.
Hello, sound check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
Good. Yeah, so it's been a busy week for everyone, I think. It's things are starting to really cool down. It's only dropped to -4 here. So the
Yeah.
country's stopped.
Yeah, I bet. Sandy asked me what my mug says. It says, wake me up at the end of workday.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I've been busy
good
winterizing
to
this
hear
week.
it. Yeah. We got some more snow a couple of days ago, and it just came not much yesterday, but it was some.
Are you how much is some? Are you 3 or 4 inches or more?
I believe maybe 1 inch, but it was not.
Just a
It
quick
was
dusting.
just small. Yeah, it was just small flakes. It was not big ones.
Right. Have you have Christmas trees there? You put them up, do you?
Yeah, we have 3 of them actually.
Have you put your Christmas tree up yet?
Yeah,
No, not
we have
before the
3 of
first.
them.
All right, 1st of December. That's the rules. Anything after that's fair game.
Yeah. Hey, Adonir. Good to see you, brother.
We'll probably put a tree up here and this week.
Yeah.
This week we've been.
Tay says being a YouTuber vlogger is very competitive nowadays. Yeah.
Yeah. You got to find your niche.
Yeah.
Well, there's
You
various
have to.
things. People watch things for various reasons: information,
Yeah.
entertainment. You know, getting to know
I'm in
people.
Sweden, Ladybug.
Now, the question is, where's Ladybug?
Yeah. That is a good question. I can probably find out.
Tennessee, East Tennessee.
Maybe US or.
Yeah, she just said East Tennessee, land of Elvis. In fact, there's Elvis's cousin still lives in Tennessee. He's got a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
he's called Daddy Rabbit. Is his YouTube channel.
Yeah. Yes, here I have coffee in my mug. Anyway, well, today's topic is how to travel in a SHT event. It's a great topic, actually.
Yeah, good.
Because that is not discussed that much, actually.
Yeah. So, what do you have in mind for what type of movements?
Well, I was thinking if you are staying at your home and your resources begin to run out of supplies, you need to travel to find more supplies. And what time of the day is best, daytime, nighttime, and what is the safest route?
Yeah.
How do you plan your routes and
Right. Yep.
your behavior be if you run into some people you don't know, and sooner or later you need to travel even in an SHT event.
Yeah. Well, this is something that the army teaches you as the forms the basics of all sort of movements and resupply and advancement, retreat, all that sort of stuff from the moment you sort of join. Basically, the cornerstone of military activity, and this is something we got taught from the very beginning. And same with everything, I suppose. It can be as basic or as advanced as you like, but it should be more towards the advanced side, especially if you're in a precarious situation, and especially if the threats are out there. People want to attack you, loot you, raid you, or you're escaping some sort of wildfire, flood. The roads could be out and all this sort of stuff. So it's definitely something to consider, and not necessarily people immediately think of movements by vehicle. It should be thought of anywhere from foot to bicycle, motorbike, car, van, bus, lorry, then boat. And you got a multitude of different types of boat, from rowing boats to speed boats to cruisers, all the way through to aircraft.
A canoe and kayak.
Canoe and kayak, yeah, because there are people out there who, well, I don't know how serious they are, but they got YouTube channels doing preparedness activities on canoe. One of them is called Maverick Outdoors. It's a bloke called Pete Wiseman, and he does all his sort of bug out and prep stuff by boat. So yeah, definitely. But I think vehicle is probably the most, car is probably the most precarious one to think about, because you got a whole load of new factors coming in there. You've got the speed factor, so you can travel long distances quicker, but the risk factor is also greater because you're more of a target. You can quite easily injure yourself a lot more if you come off the road, etc. But the benefits far outweigh the drawbacks at the moment, in terms of the amount of stuff you can carry, the people you can carry, resources, the range and speed you can get from A to B is definitely a bonus. A lot of people say, traveling by vehicle, extracting from a location or bugging out, it's going to be out of the question because all the roads are going to be clogged. But if you've done your homework and research correctly, then that's not necessarily going to be the case. Timing is everything, as we know. So
yeah, that was what I was thinking.
Yeah, definitely. Time is of the essence, but you got to think in terms of how you got to evaluate how the rest of the general population will move, and you can see that through current trends. What you got to do is go out and rush hour and see the most congested. You don't even have to go out these days. You can do your research online and look at live cameras of highways, motorways, freeways, and stuff, and all the other roads that get clogged. It's quite easy to do, but there's loads of other little smaller roads, especially here in Britain, that you can take that will bypass all of the congestion. I'm not saying you're going to not encounter any congestion, but you can. There's other ways and alternative routes. And the way we used to do it in the army, and you could sort of translate this across to preparedness, is you got two sort of methods. There's a pre-planned journey where you're in your location and you want to go and get some. You want to go shopping, for instance, or go and get some extra supplies from somewhere, or you want to go and get some water from somewhere, or extra fuel or wood or wherever. So that's going to be a planned journey because you haven't actually done it yet, and you're thinking about it, and you've got time to consider your options and plan it out. The other sort of movement events would be an unplanned movement. Say you're talking an emergency evacuation or a bug out. So it's a case of, right, it could be 1 hour's notice to move, or 3 hours notice to move, or even 5 hours notice to move. It could be an event where you're watching the news, and all of a sudden you see the formation or the inklings or the warning signs that there's a major hurricane on the way, for instance, and it's projected to develop into a big damaging event,
Yeah.
catastrophic event. So that's sort of the unplanned bug out version. So everything from 10 minutes notice to move all the way up to a couple of hours or even days. So, and I reckon there's probably a set of rules, events and procedures you could do for both. That will get you from A to B safely. And, when you go back to the basics, the generic things you can do is this is simple, and this relates to not only any SHTF events, but your day-to-day events. Because as Bob has said in the past, SHTF is almost upon us now. We're almost living. Some people are living in SHTF now.
Yeah.
When you go out. So the threats at the moment in sort of everyday life could be robbery, carjackings, and that sort of theft, that sort of thing. So to cover all those sort of areas, from now to emergency bug out to a pre-planned sort of bug out, when you're on the road, normally I don't tell people to do things, but these are things people should do. So never get too close to the car in front, never, because you're not giving yourself time to think. You're not giving yourself time to allow for maneuverability or to escape the situation if anything happens.
Exactly.
Never get too close to the vehicle. Anyone rides your bumper or rides up your ass, or you get too close to the car in front, that's just inexperience. It's just simple as that. It's basic stuff. So never get too close to the car in front. And when you stop, there's always think of a terminology: tires and tarmac. When you stop, you should always be able to see the tires and the tarmac, the car in front. That will give you basically a ballpark figure to allow you to maneuver around that vehicle and get away. If you get too close to the car in front when you stopped, you're almost boxed in. All it takes is the car behind to get up your arse, and that's it. You can't move. You're completely scuppered then. And if anything happens, someone could come up and rob you at the lights or something like that. You just can't move. So tires and tarmac should be on everyone's mind all the time when they're on the move. Drive defensively. So you're always driving on, you've got to maximize your all-round vision. So adjust your wing mirrors, you wear every mirror, all your windows should be clean so you can actually see out of them. Surprisingly, many people can't see out the windows. Yeah, even in this sort of weather where your windows are iced up in the morning, you see people scratch a little post box viewing hole out of the windscreen and they drive off. It's just completely ridiculous. To drive defensively, basically. Drive as if you're carrying a cargo load of eggs, for instance.
Yeah.
But don't drive like you're driving your granny, that sort of thing.
No.
And then, situational awareness. Keep your eyes around you all the time. Keep the vehicle doors locked for a start. These are the sorts of things I'm talking about now, which everyone should be doing now. Doors locked at all time, windows up unless you have to open the windows, especially when you're parked up or you'll come to a set of lights. And always look for escape routes. If you're at a set of lights and you have given yourself enough room to get away, just think to yourself, am I going to go left onto the pavement or right?
Yeah.
Onto the other road, that sort of thing. So there's escape routes as well. And these go as well for daylight and night movement.
Yeah.
Obviously, day and night's got its advantages. Nighttime, there's probably less cars on the road, but people can hide in the shadows when you come up to a set of lights and that sort of thing. And daylight, there's more cars on the road, and you're more likely at risk of an accident, for instance. And just generally keep vigilant, And if anything does happen, no matter how frustrated you are, how pissed off you are, or you've cut someone up by mistake and they've directed you to get off the side of the road to get out and have a sort it out sort of thing. Never get out of the vehicle. Never get out of the vehicle. Your vehicle is your armor. You're sat there in a nice metal box which will shield you from most weapons apart from gunfire and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So never get out
of the
vehicle.
Hey, Hendo. Good to see you, brother.
Hey, Hendo.
Sandy, I had a question here for you, buddy. I live on the river, so my bug-out plan is to evacuate if the river floods. People who live where there are hurricanes and tornadoes should prepare for that.
Yeah, so if you live on the river, then...
Hey, Rebecca, good to see you, ma'am.
Good to see you, too.
Hey, Rebecca, how you doing?
I'm doing great. I've been listening to you. I wish there was a lot of more people that would talk about this in staying back from the vehicle in front of you.
Yeah. I agree. People don't talk about it.
No, they don't.
It's it's not only you're protecting yourself from any threat, but we got a saying over here, and it's called "Never break the 2-second rule," or "Only a fool breaks the 2-second rule." And if you're driving down the freeway, for instance, the car in front of you or the vehicle in front of you, when it passes a key feature like a lamppost, say to yourself, only a fool breaks the 2-second rule. And by the end of saying that, you should have hit that same lamppost. That gives you enough time you're the correct distance away for stopping in good, dry conditions. And so many times you see on the freeway and any sort of road that is transited at more than, say, 40 mile an hour, 30 mile an hour in the rain and wet, that distance decreased. You've got to increase that distance so much. I can't think offhand how much it is, but it's something like 10 times the distance. It's, people just don't do it. And they might even drive down the freeway and the fog might be starting to build up slowly and they're starting to daydream. Next thing you know, all the cars in front have stopped and you pile into the back of them. And it wasn't that long ago, I think there was a real big pile. I think, is it Canada? I can't be sure, but what I've just spoken about, all those points, keeping your door locked, distances, that sort of stuff, that should be done now, because the worst case, and the worst tragedy is the fact that you're going to die through negligence, taking your eye off the ball, and you die in a car wreck or an accident. And if it's not if it's your fault, then just because you're taking your eye off the ball, then that's a tragedy that's completely avoidable. I mean, there's obviously mechanical failure to come into it and this sort of thing, and third parties, but yeah, I don't know what it's like over there, but the roads here in Britain are just treacherous at the moment. Everyone's in a rush, and just everyone's irate. People's fuses these days seem to be really short. It's just the day, I don't know, modern day stress and mentality, I think.
Since I don't have a vehicle anymore, I ride the bus, and it's very interesting because I do defensive driving, and I'm watching people as these big, huge buses are coming towards them, that they'll just cut them off.
Yeah.
And then of course the bus driver has to put on the brakes, and then we're having to make sure that we're not being knocked around and stuff. And it's like, I just shake my head. It's like, you're really taking your life in your hands when you drive.
Yeah,
I really
definitely.
do.
Yeah, exactly.
Even on the bus, must have been about 12 years ago now. We got a free bus to the local Tesco. It was a Tesco bus. It picked everyone up a couple of times a day. We're on the bus, and I'm sat near the front, and this bus it hit a branch that had been cut off by something. The branch had snapped off, and the front left-hand window of the bus hit this branch, and the glass basically shattered and exploded in towards everybody. Now, if I get on a bus now, I always wear glasses, me sunglasses, safety glasses, whatever. Everywhere that went, and even the bus don't expect the bus drivers to be on the ball because complacency sets in. A lot of these bus drivers can get tired. They've been doing it for years. They think they're the old sweats.
It's very interesting since I've started reading the bus. When someone does basically when I get on the orange going south, coming away from my home, it goes to the south side of town and then comes back. When that bus driver comes back to the depot, another bus driver gets in. So he's done a complete circuit and gets out. He's able to rest, use the bathroom, and things like that. So another bus driver takes over. It's interesting to watch how these things go. And
I was in a bus once, and it went across a big river in Britain called the Trent, and this river was in flood, and it was swollen right up. And one of the roads that on the bus route is notorious for flooding. And the bus driver saw that the road ahead was flooded, but he just continued to go into the river or into the road, which was flooded. And you could see the water starting to come into the bus on the floor. And by the time we got through, it was 6 inches deep in the bus. And you're at the complete mercy of the driver. Another time I got into a bus in the Middle East. It was. I won't mention the country, but this country had all the safety hammers which smash the glass in case of emergency. They were all stolen. They weren't there, so there was no safety equipment on the bus. The bus driver was driving like an idiot, as if he was in a Formula One vehicle. And you're literally taking your life into someone else's hands. And if you get on a bus now, you look for look for the emergency exits, and just brace.
Halfwin. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but hi. HAFWIT.
Oh, yeah, half-wit.
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 Yeah.
Okay.
I think you must be from Britain because that sounds like a British. Oh, do real love survivals here. Hello, Costi.
Hey, half-wit. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
So yeah, that's
I seen someone was talking about when you get on the bus is make sure someone's not to your back. It's a little bit hard because where the seats sit on the side, if someone comes into with a wheelchair or something like that, they raise those seats up. So I do have someone to my back, but I sit sideways because I'm watching.
Yeah, definitely. And that's another thing with
hey there, Love Survival. Good to see you, brother.
With buses in particular is the fact that you haven't got the opportunity to vet who's on that bus. So as you sat on the bus, everyone and anyone can get on there. You don't know where they've been, what they've done, what they're about to do, what weapons they're carrying, their intentions, or anything like that. So it's a bit precarious, really. I've heard stories of people on buses getting mugged and stabbed, and the bus driver can't do anything because he's not paying attention. And if it's late at night, you're at the mercy of the help of anyone else who's on the bus, really, if they intervene these days. Yeah.
So true.
But to go back to that was a flooding question earlier. Who was it?
Yeah, I heard something that these people that were trying to come and save a lady and 2 children, vehicles that are made after a certain point, you cannot use those old things to bang on the windows. They will not break.
Right.
So you need to find out what different styles you need on what year your vehicle is made. That those older ones will not work on the
Right.
newer vehicles.
So the glass has been a different grade of glass and thickness and stuff. Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
That's a good point. And yeah, always go for the corners because they're the easiest ones to break than the center of the window because the impact spreads evenly outwards. So yeah,
Hi,
I mean,
Ladybug.
personally for me, I carry an escape glass breaker tool as part of my EDC as well. It's got a seatbelt cutter on it. In fact, I used to have a Rescue Me tool. Don't know if anyone's heard of those. It's Rescue Me, RESQME, and they're little plastic devices the size of a mouse, keyboard mouse, for instance. And on the one side, you just push them against glass, and the internal spring will fire a spike into the glass, and it will shatter it easy. And on the other end of it, you've got a seatbelt cutter.
I never thought of that. A broken spark plug porcelain is good glass breaker.
Yeah, they're good as well. Yep. These Rescue Me tools, I had one fail on me, and the spring went, so it no longer smashes glass. But there's other things you can get. Any sort of sharp metal concentrated objects. The reason why I got one is my friends a couple of years ago rolled her car and it went into the ditch upside down. She couldn't get out. Someone had to come along and break the rear window and get her out that way. And in worst case, dire situations, you could use the headrest. Take the headrest off and use one of the metal prongs on the headrest.
Oh, okay. I know that one time I was driving the minivan that I had. I don't have it anymore. It had to be towed off to a junkyard because the motor was about ready to blow. I was driving and all of a sudden I hit this hard bump on the road and my back glass broke.
All right.
I was like, what?
Yep, could have been worse as well.
Yeah.
The thing about the other thing about buses is, you're on a fixed route then, and the bus breaks down. You've got no capacity other than what you've got on you or with you to see you through however many hours you're going to be stuck on the side of the road. And it could be something as simple as you need a drink, so you haven't got any liquids on you, or it's freezing cold outside, or you you want something to eat, which doesn't sound very critical, but if you're diabetic and you need some a sugar rush or the other way, then the situation can develop into a worsening situation. So yeah, what I always say to people is don't get into a vehicle if you're unsure about safety of it, or you're not too happy with the driver. People don't speak up these days, and this happens quite a lot on the continent, in places like Spain, Italy, France, all these coach trips that go across those countries, and you get the driver who speeds around these cliff top bends, and you're sat on the bus cringing, and you're thinking to yourself, well, most people will sit there thinking, is anyone going to say anything? Just get up, tell the driver, slow down and stop, or slow down or stop, or I'm getting off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, sit there like a lemon and take the consequences. I was in Egypt once, and I went onto a bus in Egypt, and this thing had no windscreen, no headlights. I don't know what else it didn't have, but it probably had 3 wheels, and it was getting dark, and it was just ridiculous. Safety in these other countries. Kenya is one of the biggest places I've been to that is treacherous for road collisions. It's horrendous. Again, it's an avoidable tragedy that you can get around.
Yeah.
So, what we talk about, Shadow. So bugging out or vehicles then. So, so
Traveling.
you're talking about tires and tarmac. Think about that all the time. Never get too close to the car in front. Drive defensively. Look for your escape routes. Be vigilant. Situational awareness. Keep your doors locked, windows up. Never get out your vehicle. Know where you are at all times. If you break down, you haven't been paying attention, and it's electrical faults, and your sat nav battery isn't any good, you just you may have cell service. You ring up your recovery and you say, "Can you come and get me? Where are you?" Well, you don't know. I'm somewhere on I-95, Route 66. That's a pretty long road. You're going to pinpoint that down a bit.
Yeah, definitely. Always carry a spare and know how to change your tires.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Even if you're a lady, you need to know how to change your tire.
Again, these things are basics, and everyone should do it. And always keep So going back to the sort of planned and unplanned sort of evaluation, if it's an unplanned evacuation, you are going by vehicle. Your fuel tank should have always been topped up. It should always be in a position of immediate use. That includes, when you're going into parking lots, for instance, or your own personal home driveway. Don't park it nose first. Park it so you're pointing out straight away. And especially if you're shopping, because you back into a space, it's a lot easier to jump in and drive straight out than it is to start reversing your way out.
Yeah.
If you're in a localized disaster like a forest fire or flood, then it's going to be localized. So be prepared to pick up people as well on the way out, other survivors, people hitching. If you've got room, pick them up. I can't really envision, when you get people all working towards the same goal of survival, and it's only sort of a local event, then they're all wanting to escape. I can't, the threat of being mugged, carjacked in the midst of a forest fire or flood is pretty minimal compared to everyday dangers.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
take people. You got room, pick them up. You're not going to drive past someone who's trying to run away from a forest fire. Get them in there, and if you have to, get rid of equipment to get them in there. And if you have to, get them on the roof, hang on to the sides or whatever. But get out of danger is a key priority. So, yeah.
There's one thing that people tend to when sometimes I have my dogs with me, and they're over 100 pounds. They're big dogs.
Right.
And sometimes they're with me. Nobody ever knows when they're going to be with me.
Yeah.
And I know one of them, when anybody walks around my car, when I had it, he started barking. And it made someone jump. Like, oh gosh, okay.
Yeah, dogs are good excellent warning devices. And,
yeah, and good deterrent too.
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely.
So Daryl says, how do we know if we are being followed? When I go out, I'm always aware of who is behind me and in front of me. Well, you can do, if you're in a car, for instance, go and you come up to a roundabout, for instance, go around the roundabout 2 or 3 times. And if someone's still there with you, you're being followed. You could always double back on yourself a couple of times. And then you'll know if you're being followed or not. If you are being followed, don't drive home. Big mistake. Drive straight to a police station. Or worst case scenario is drive to a place where there's lots of other people. But ideally somewhere where you can get help. So same detail with your locational awareness. Know where your police stations are for a start off. There's no use trying to find out where the police station is when you've got someone following you that's going to cause you ill harm. Reverse parking is mandatory at oil gas fields in New Zealand for ease of evacuation. Yeah, so there you go. Halfwit just said it there. No nosy parking. That should be a standard. If the Iron Fire Horse, if they're following you, especially in a more populated area, there will be a couple of cars back. Yeah, probably. Depends on the experience of the person following you, really. Are you that much of a target that someone's going to follow you? I mean, if you're being tailed by a professional, then they won't follow you in one car. There'll be 3 or 4 cars, chopping and changing all the time. So there's not a lot you can really do, but to identify the actual car and then get to somewhere safe, really. And then Hugo Homestead says, it's a joke. Hitchhiker asks, aren't you afraid I'm a serial killer? The chance if 2 serial killers meeting. I like it.
Yeah.
So if you're doing a pre-planned journey, then this is what people should be thinking about. I spoke to someone who used to live in Nicaragua. They'd moved from Canada to Nicaragua. And when they got there, they suddenly discovered that there was a coup about to hit the country. And the whole country went into SHTF. Police were shooting people on the streets, shooting people dead. Gangs were out. The whole situation was horrendous. And that they were telling me what they did to counter the problem and to go down to the shops and get resupplied and stuff. And I've sort of fitted that into my sort of methodology if it comes to that sort of bad situation. But the thing is, a pre-planned journey, you've got time on your side. You can do it now in preparation for whatever. And it should start with choose the right vehicle to begin with. Some people may not have the choice to choose the right vehicle, but you want to be if you got a family of 6 of you, there's no use getting a Mini.
Yeah.
If there's just 2 of you, there's no use getting a big bus, for instance, or
Exactly.
there's no use getting electric vehicle in a place where there's no electrical points. Just things like that, which could be a major showstopper if anything happens, it goes bad.
Oh, Hugo sees that I'm working on a hat. It's for someone that on the Giving Day that was on, oh my gosh, Drunken Chef Barbecue. I just don't remember the name of the channel right now. And all he wanted was a black hat. So I'm making him a black hat today.
That looks like a I saw early on this week. I just happened to come across it. An automatic sewing machine where you add that sort of similar circle and you hand crank it.
The thing I've watched people use those cranking ones.
Right.
To me, it looks a little more complicated than me just hooking this thing over.
Right.
It really does, because from what I'm understanding, it's very hard to take it off. So I won't be getting one that you just crank it.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. So
yeah, it's
go on. Sorry.
It's very you've always got to have your head looking around. Like if you've got someone beside you, don't rely on them to keep you safe. You need to keep yourself safe, ladies. You really do.
Yeah.
If you hear someone coming up behind you, look back there. Yeah. Hello. That you've acknowledged that you're seeing them. They better be aware.
Yeah.
Yeah, as Hugo says, too many people are driving on their phones as well.
Mine is in my purse, and it's in the back seat. So if someone calls me, you're not going to get me.
Yep.
You're not. Until I stop, my phone is not answered.
Yeah, I have seen a lot of people here in Sweden who talking to their phones and sending text messages when they're driving, which is really stupid. Actually, a couple of years ago, I almost get hit by a car who drove in the opposite direction, and I drive in that direction, and the car that direction, and that car slid over on my side of the road, and I saw that lady sat with her phone like this and typed in a text message, and I was, hey, what are you doing, man? And then after a while, she put her head up and, oh, I'm on the wrong side of the road. That was at maybe 3.5 meters from crashing to that woman.
Wow. Yeah. I seen what Sandy said, and I can agree with that. I would think that if you drop a stitch, you're not going to know. You're not at all. With this, I'm looking. If you guys look here, if there's no yarn in the front of this,
yeah,
I don't hook it over.
Right. Good.
Because I'm looking at it. So it's like, nope, I don't want one of those cranking ones.
Yeah, that is a good point, Hugo.
Yeah. So, you're in the planning phase at the moment. So choose the right vehicle to be in. Check over the vehicle should be roadworthy for a start off. Check the vehicle over. Check for levels. Yeah, lights all working correctly. Spare tires in good condition. You got a breakdown kit that works. The jack actually works. You got a jack handle, wheel brace. You got a first aid kit, torch, warm clothing, depending on the environment you're in. You might want to say.
And a reflective vest would be a good idea too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Some sort of reflective vest. You can nowadays get also these little strobe lights. They're called Guardian Angels. They're magnetic. You put them on the roof of your vehicle or any other magnetic, piece of metal, and they strobe red, blue, and white to alert people. They can be seen from quite a way away. They're quite good little devices. They're an alternative to road flares, which a lot of people use or have in the States, for instance. So if you're depending on the threat level, if you're in an environment where the collapse of society is upon you, and you're in fear of getting robbed, carjacked.
I have those. I have those triangles.
Yeah, right.
I do.
If anyone lives, I used to live in Germany for a while, and by law, everyone had to have a first aid kit, a warning triangle in their car. So that's yeah, definitely. It's I couldn't imagine breaking down the busy road without one. Really, it's just too precarious. So many people getting distracted all the time. They look down, look up again, and then you see a car in the middle of the road broken down. You know, it's pretty grim. So yeah, let's base this on a collapse scenario where, you know, without rule of law has almost kicked in, and we're almost to that situation anyway here. So you got to, you know, your vehicle's got to be in a roadworthy condition. You might, if it gets really bad, you might want to consider doing more extreme measures like disabling the airbags in your vehicle, because if someone gives you a shunt on purpose at the backside, or you come in under a minor knock, the airbags will go off and you're incapacitated for, you know, up to a minute, and you'd be blinded for a couple of seconds because you've got a big airbag in front of you. So you might want to consider doing things like that. You might even want to consider disabling your emergency fuel cutoff as well, because quite a few vehicles these days have emergency fuel cutoff devices in their vehicles. Because, like I said, if you come into any sort of bump or scrape, your vehicle doesn't want to shut itself down. You want to get out of that situation immediately. So, you know, consider that sort of measure. You might even want to put some windscreen mesh over your window to stop rocks and bricks getting thrown and smashing your window. That's the sort of thing, you know, that's the sort of thing we had installed in our Land Rovers in Macedonia before we went into Kosovo.
Yeah.
Because the locals weren't too impressed with NATO suddenly appearing on the doorstep, and they were bricking every vehicle, you know, were driving past. One thing people have got to consider is two vehicle movement. If it's all possible, and this is what the Nicaraguan couple did. Well, the Canadian people who live in Nicaragua, they never went out alone in one vehicle. They always had two vehicles. If one vehicle broke down or gets taken out, then you could all pile into another vehicle and keep going if you have to leave it. You know, and if you're getting ambushed by some rebels or whoever, then you've got two vehicles to get out there as opposed to one. You're not being completely stuck then, you see. So
I wouldn't even know what the vehicle I used to have. It was an 03 Dodge van. I wouldn't even know how to disable the airbag in that.
Right.
I wouldn't know how.
Yeah. I mean, there's many vehicles that are different. Some vehicles have it on the side. When you open the passenger door, there's a little slots that you put a coin in and you can turn off there. Some are in the driver's door. Some you have to do it electronically via an ODB sensor you plug into the vehicle itself. But you know, the manual should say how to do it.
I know I had one in the windshield, or not in the windshield, but in the steering wheel, and then there was the one over by the on the dash. That was the only two that were in that 03 van.
When I've got a small vehicle, one of my cars is a small Citroen. That's got about 7 or 8 airbags in it. You got steering wheel, passenger front airbag, sidebar airbags. They come out the sides of the seats. They come out, you know, in the rear, and all sorts of stuff. So it is a measure that someone can take in extreme circumstances. You've got to weigh up the odds of, is it really necessary and conducive to my safety to do that? So weigh up the odds. I mean, there are instances where I would do it, but it's not sort of in an everyday environment. So yeah, so the planning phase, you can then, if you know you're going to go from A to B, you know you want to go to a notorious area, or you got to go through a notorious area to get to pharmacy, for instance, because husband or wife needs critical medication and they happen to have some in, or you're going to pick your prescription up in an environment where the police aren't going to turn up and everyone else knows it, so you're in that sort of situation. So you can plan your route. So you get the map out, plan the route, recce the route, and take note of any sort of areas that are going to bring up potential threats. So the vehicle might, the road might narrow down into a choke point. There could be a gravelled road, which is a bit more precarious than the normal tarmac road. All these sorts of things, it could even be a series of traffic lights that will force the vehicle to stop or slow down, enabling someone or a group of people to jump out the bushes and attack you, that sort of thing. So, plan the route, do a route recce, and look for those threats and decide what you're going to do in those threats or in those areas, junctions, etc. So drive the route as well, and talk with your other people in the vehicle through things as to what you're going to do, and things to consider when you're planning a route. The distance, the terrain. Is there any resources on the way in case you do break down? What are the threats? And the big one is comms. If you're in 2 or more vehicles, then communications between all vehicles is pretty essential. Minimum, I'd say, just the front and back vehicle. But ideally, every vehicle should have comms, constantly talking to each other, constantly pointing out threats or people, watch out for the guy on the left, he looks a bit dodgy, or we're coming up to a flooded part of the road, or the road is half collapsed on that side, and all this sort of stuff. The comms is an essential part of it. And not only inter-vehicle comms, but comms back to a base station as well is always good to have, because if it's in a situation where there is no breakdown available, then one vehicle does break down and you don't want to leave it, you could send someone out to fix it if they're able to, or recover it at a later date or whatever.
Here where I live, we only have, if your vehicle does break down on the roads, you only have 24 hours to get that thing moved. That's
right.
it.
Then what happens then?
It gets towed, and it's at your expense.
Right. So you have a national recovery breakdown?
On my insurance, yes. If I do break down, I can call my insurance place, and they will tow it to the closest place to get it, where it's going to get fixed.
Right. Here in Britain, I've broken down a number of times now, and the way it works here in Britain, you've got sort of 3 big recovery companies. You've got AA, which is the Automobile Association, the RAC, the Royal Automobile Club, and Green Flag. They're the 3 biggest ones. What they do is the AA, which are all yellow fleet vans, they'll come out, pick you up, and take you and recover you, etc., depending on the level of recovery you've purchased. The other 2 companies, what normally happens is they'll send out a local garage that's signed up to this recovery scheme, and they get a cut of the cost of recovery. So you pay, for instance, I pay, for instance, £150 a year. That will cover me. I break down, local garage comes out to me, tows me back, and they'll tow me back to any destination of my choice. And if it's beyond 40 miles of where I've broken down, they'll take me to a service station on a freeway, motorway. What happens then is you wait there, and you could be waiting there for 12 hours for a bigger vehicle to come along, and they'll load you up, and then they'll take you to your final destination then, no matter where it is. I got picked up once in the Midlands of Britain, and the recovery driver says at one time he picked someone up in the Midlands, and he had to recover him to Scotland. 9 odd hour drive. So yeah, but it's well worth having. You know, if you don't get some form of recovery, then you're going to be really paying the price from your wallet.
Yeah, with the insurance company I have, it's just to the closest place that will work on my vehicle.
Right.
I could be in another town, and then, you know,
Yeah.
you're going to pay what their rate is to fix your vehicle.
Yeah. See. Yeah. Well. Yeah. In Britain, there's different levels of cover. You got home start only. You've got recovered within 10-mile radius. You've got relay. All this sort of stuff. So it depends how much the actual person wants. And generally, if people have got newer vehicles, the first 3 to 5 years, they get the lower end and gradually build up from there.
I never did with this van that I had for 2 years. I never did have to get it towed. The truck, yeah, I did. But yeah, it's different because I do live out in the country, about 2 miles from where the bus stop is. I have to end up, because I have to walk up a hill, and at my age, I shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
You know, so I have neighbors that will take me to that bus stop.
I did a video a while back of some remedial points. I broke down in the middle of nowhere. It was right in the hills. Vehicle caught fire. The clutch cable had come off the engine housing and sprayed hot clutch fluid on the vehicle engine. Immediately burst into flames. Clutch was inoperable, so stopped the vehicle straight away. Smoke coming out from underneath the bonnet. Looked underneath, could see flames. Got one of my fire extinguishers out, put the flames out, and then when I tried to recall my recovery, I couldn't get a signal. So I was walking around for ages trying to get a signal on my phone to call recovery, and just couldn't get one. It just so happens that a guy driving past stopped to see how we were doing. He lent me his phone, and I could call him that way. And ever since then, what I do is I carry about 5 SIM cards. 5 SIM cards with me. Each one has got about some £10 worth of airtime on those SIM cards, so that I can chop and change then through different carriers. So I can definitely get a signal then.
Hey, CR, good to see you, brother.
Hey, CR.
Hey, CR.
I'm Rebecca, PV, Shadow.
Hi.
Can't have all you guys have all the fun here today.
Yeah.
So I missed the last couple of minutes of what you guys have been talking about.
Right. Yeah, we're just talking about pre-planning a journey in SHTF.
Mm.
So,
well, I mean, I was gonna say real quick, that should apply to even when it's not SHTF, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Just like you
Yeah.
would do right now, planning for a vacation, planning for a road trip, right? You would still want to do that. So,
Yeah, with different levels of extremity added onto it, obviously.
oh, of course, because the situation's much more serious.
Yeah, so we talked about having the right vehicle to begin with, making sure the vehicle's serviceable, spare tires, breakdown kit, first aid kit, comms, any weapons, and then we're talking about now sort of planning the route, do a route recce, drive the route, which will expose sort of various threats. Consider things like distance, terrain, resources, comms, black spots, any congestion-prone areas, accident black spots, ambush points. What you would need for that journey.
Yep, dress
So,
or suit up for the situation.
Yep, food, fuel, water, how long it's going to take to get there, tell someone you go in, when to expect you there, and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah,
Right.
I didn't even think of doing that with my dog's collars. That is a great idea, because the thing is their tags could fall off. You know, and yes, Denver, my big dog, he is microchipped, but you know, they're not going to know that until they take him somewhere to be scanned. That is a great idea. Writing your number on the inside of their collar.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
That is a great idea. And the collar that Denver has on is really wide, so I could put my phone number in there.
Can you not get your pets chipped?
Oh yeah, my other dog isn't, but he's going to be as soon as I have that money to get him chipped. He's going to be.
It's a good idea.
Can I add a few things in, please?
Yeah, please do.
I mentioned this earlier in the chat, right? There's a couple of things I've started to do more and more often now. So, for example, and this can still apply into this hypothetical situation, right? So, because, yeah, in terms of like cell phone usage and all that stuff, if you're driving with people, I always say, let the driver drive, let the passenger answer the phone, do the comms and stuff like that. I'm always very active about doing that. I say it to my friends all the time. I'll answer the phone for you, right? Because you're driving. Because we're in it together, right? You're in the same vehicle. If something happens, driver gets distracted or whatever, then you're in it together. So help the driver stay focused. You answer whatever and relay the information back to them by saying it to them, right? They can still hear you. And another thing I also recommend is do not bend down to pick up something while the car or vehicle is in motion, especially if there's traffic around. Because if you bend down, if you're on the passenger side and bend down to reach something, you're in a precarious spot. If you get hit from behind or whatever, that's pretty much like game over, right? So try to avoid that. And if you do, make sure no one's around, no vehicles around. Be like, I'm reaching down. All right, drive safely for a moment. I got to reach down and pick this up, for example, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it goes the same if you're in the backseat or anything like that, right? Because as long as you're sit up, you're sitting upright, maybe the seatbelt on or whatever, you're in a better position versus bending over trying to reach something because you dropped something. Because that's how things happen, right? You know, because your eyes are off the road. Even if you're on the passenger side, your eyes are still off the road, right? You're in that precarious spot. Like bent over, your neck's like underneath the dash slightly. That's not gonna help you if you get in an accident at that time. Anyways, my 2 cents about that.
Well, any vehicle, in my opinion, any vehicle shouldn't have one person in it. You should always be with someone. And if you're in a heightened threat level of alertness, SHTF, WROL, whatever, then you should definitely have someone with you. And, you know, I call that person the co-driver.
Mhm.
The co-driver, that, you know, as you said there, the driver is the driver. That's all he should be able to do. He should be able to drive along, maintaining his awareness, concentrate on the driver. It's
Mhm.
not the driver's responsibility to navigate. The co-driver is the brains. He's the commander of the vehicle. He navigates. He maintains comms. But most importantly of all, if you're with another vehicle, and this is what convoy drills comes down to really, is the co-driver keeps an eye on the vehicle behind, and he tells the driver to slow down or speed up. And it's
Mhm.
not. This is a key point. This is with any multi-vehicle convoy. It's not the driver's. You know, it's not the vehicle in front's responsibility. Sorry, rephrase that. It's not the vehicle behind. It's not their job to catch up to the vehicle in front. The vehicle in front should slow down for the vehicle behind and make sure he's got him in view all times. And when it comes to vehicle spacing, keep space in such a way that it allows room for maneuver, you know, and it avoids everyone.
To react to it.
Yeah, it allows everyone to allow room for maneuver, avoids you all getting hit at once by whatever threat it is, but not too far apart that the group gets fragmented as well.
Mhm.
You know, you see people have got this vision in their mind. You see it all the time in films where you got this 4 or 5 vehicle convoy, and they're all almost always darkened, windowed SUVs, and they're all driving bumper to bumper. It's completely ridiculous. Whoever drives like that needs a rocket up their backside, because it's just we go back to the point at the beginning. Tires and tarmac minimum, and if you're a multi-vehicle convoy, you know, 20 to 50 meters
Oh, wow.
max.
That's interesting, Huga.
So yeah, you know, co-driver, they're the navigator. Don't blame the driver if you get lost. It's the bloody co-driver's responsibility. Co-driver should get it in the neck. Keep an eye on the vehicle behind. They're in charge of comms. Driver drives. That's it. So
Yeah.
you know, and then when you're planning more on your planning journey for your little trip, use paper maps. Know where you are at the time. Come up with a list of what ifs, you know, actions on. So actions on getting lost, actions on a contact, actions on breakdown, actions on getting bogged in, actions on towing. Is there any backup? Have you got comms with your home base? Are they got any sort of capability to come out and bolster you up in case you do need help?
Yeah, and your base or family or whatever would know your route that you're
Exactly.
taking.
Yeah.
Expected time of arrival, your destination, whoever's there waiting for you. Hey, it should take me about 8 hours to make it on highway.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right. So you know, if you're taking like 10 hours, maybe you come and.
Yeah, I'm particularly sort of focusing what I'm saying on a much shorter trip where you might need to go on a resupply run in a real dodgy area where there's no chance of police helping you, and you know there's a good chance of you getting shot at or mugged or carjacked and that sort of thing. You know, the threat level has escalated so much that you've got to adopt these sort of measures.
Okay.
And we're nearly there at some places. So
yeah, I agree on that.
You know, on your recce trip, for instance, or identify a place on a map, have an emergency meetup point in case you are separated or get lost. Don't continue driving in a lost state. Double back on yourselves to your last known good point, and then reorientate and navigate your way from there, or go back to your emergency meetup point where you can all meet up and then decide what you're going to do and carry on. Time,
That's a good point. That's good.
Time of day as well, day or night. If you're driving at night, then you can adopt different sort of measures. You're more focused on lights and noise. Then you may be in a position where you don't want to make too much noise, for instance. If you are in a 2-vehicle convoy, divide your goods up. Don't put your eggs in one basket. In case one vehicle does get taken out or broken down, you have to leave it in a hurry. Then at least you've got 50% of what you went out to get. So division of goods, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure your vehicle doesn't stand out. Don't paint the target on your back. Try and pick a vehicle that looks like all the rest of the vehicles. This includes headlights and flashy number plates and all this sort of stuff that people like to have, and paint jobs and stickers and this sort of thing. Be the grey vehicle, so to speak.
Oh, so I shouldn't choose a vehicle that has a bunch of decals on it, hey?
Exactly, and don't pick a lime green, ridiculous looking car, or a car that's got a ridiculously sounding exhaust and that sort of thing. We've all seen the type of car I'm talking about, for sure.
Well, my truck that got totaled by someone not paying attention to the lights was kind of out of the ordinary. It had a cow induction hood on it. It had a roll pan, so it was out of the ordinary. And the next vehicle I got was just a white plain Dodge Grand Caravan,
Yeah.
And whatever I get next, it's going to be also a plain Jane again.
Yeah. I mean,
nothing fancy.
Here, your insurance is less if you've got a vehicle that doesn't stand out, because it's less likely.
Gruden. Good to see you, brother.
It's less likely to get stolen, for instance, or targeted.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you're going on a longer trip and you have to stop, let's say overnight, then you want to be a bit more low key, for instance.
I got to talk to my brother. I'll be back.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, no problem.
Pick a location which is not renowned for salubrious midnight meetings, dogging sites, known sites where drunks turn up in their cars and start smoking.
Oh, so we shouldn't pick a spot that people like to party.
Exactly, yeah. That's
good to see you, Ryan.
Just
I'm
watching
doing
noise.
pretty good.
If you are stopping, let's say in a wider open environment, and you have to stop, orientate your vehicles so that you're not all facing the same way, for instance. Orientating at least 45 degrees either way, so you've got all-round vision when you actually stop there.
Mm-hmm.
Something came up in my mind. I remembered what was pretty common here in Sweden. Criminals, what they did was they called them road pirates, basically. What they did was they have their car parked, and they had the hood up, and they could ask you for help, but they could take everything you had, basically.
Yeah, so it's like an ambush.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And
We've
that will be a problem in an SHTF as well, because if you are going to travel from point A to point B, and you see someone change the tire, try to change the tires, or have the hood up and check the engine, and they try to get your attention to help them, that I would be really suspicious for that.
Yeah, this is sort of thing. Apart from evacuating a forest fire, for instance, where
Hurricane.
you will potentially pick up survivors or people trying to escape an immediate threat, then people have got to decide in their sort of actions on or what ifs this sort of scenario. So what if we come across a vehicle that's broken down and is asking for assistance, or hitchhikers? Leave them or carry on, yeah, or pick them up. And I'd be tempted on the side or leave them, to be honest, because you don't know who they are, you don't know who's hiding in the bushes, potential ambush, etc., etc., etc. For the sake of being the good guy, you potentially lost your vehicle, you're potentially going to get killed, robbed, or whatever. So it's entirely your call, but yeah, be very, very wary, very wary.
Yeah. I mean, no one can make the call to yourself, right? When you're in that
Yeah.
situation, you can, right?
You know, we all know that people in desperate situations do desperate things, and if some
Hey, Vanessa,
family,
good to see you, ma'am.
I've been
hey Vanessa,
Hi, Vanessa.
if some family hasn't been prepared and they're evacuating a big event and they've run out of fuel, for instance, one of them might have a gun on them, and they'll say, right, they'll leave the wife and kids out in the road, pretend they're broken down. You come along, and you think you're picking up the wife and kids or helping them out. Out comes the father from the bushes with a gun, turfs you out of the car. They jump in and drive off, for instance.
Yep. Desperate times, desperate measures.
So it's a tough call. It's just down to the individual's judgment at the time. So
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't. I do not. If I am by myself, which that's going to change because of what you're saying to me, always have someone with you. You know, taking
yeah,
my brother with me, he needs to learn to pay attention to what's around me instead of talking to me and showing me things. He's got autism. So I realized that I'm just going to have to talk to him and say, hey, you need to do this. You know, keep me safe. I'm driving, paying attention to the roads, and you're letting me know where we're going. And I'm going to start making that list. You know,
Yeah.
what the furthest place away is, that we get to that furthest place and then work our way back home. You know, so that we can get done what we need to get done.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
you're in it together in a vehicle.
Yeah, and if it's not on the list, we're not going there. So kind of like, you know, just it's making your gas, because we're on disability. Both my brother and I are on disability, so we don't get a lot of funds and stuff that we've got to, you know, like once a week, go out, do what we need to do, and then come back home.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, same here in Britain. Having a vehicle is so expensive these days. People are just managing to keep them running, and it's the fact of necessity. The only bonus we have these days is we've got delivery drivers that can deliver shopping, and that came into good play actually during lockdown. I didn't go to a store in nearly 2 years. All my shopping that I needed was through deliveries. So it's like, you know, well, your hand turns up there. That's if you could get a delivery. Sometimes you were waiting. I've got a screenshot actually. I was something like 12,000th in the queue just to log on to the website. And that was a 4-hour wait. And then when you did log on, you waited another 2 hours to get a checkout, and get a delivery slot. It was just
Oh, and then you gotta wait for it to actually get delivered.
yeah.
So,
So,
8
yeah.
hours later, I got my food.
Yeah. So I'll just say it again, simple measures people do. These are the basic things. Always, always, always. Doors locked, windows up, tires and tarmac. Always think of that. Tires and tarmac. Always look for a way out, an alternative sort of getaway route, if you like. Always be aware, situational awareness. Never get out your vehicle. Doors locked. Have someone with you. They're the absolute basics, I think. Keep your vehicle in roadworthy condition.
Yeah.
Blue.
Yeah.
Sit.
And then if you're, it doesn't even have to be an SHTF event.
Could be winter.
So I was just about to say, if you're, we're in winter, we're coming up to winter now, and we've got a dog there. Look.
This is my dog Blue.
Right.
Okay,
Chocolate
let's all
Labrador, is
pause
it,
for
or-
that.
He's a lab English
Right.
Mastiff. That's a big boy.
Yeah. Yeah, you got 2 of them, you say?
I do. Denver.
I can see another one on the floor in blue there. What's he doing?
That's my brother. He likes to lay on the floor with the dogs. This is Denver.
Right.
He's the old man in the house.
How old's he?
We're thinking he's about 8 or 9.
Right.
The other one's 4.
Is he a rescue dog?
Both of them are.
Right. Good stuff.
You can see how long that dog is.
Yeah.
He's a big boy.
I like dogs. Yeah.
JHT Survival says, I'm building my own helicopter for travel.
Building your own helicopter.
Okay.
So that
I
is some,
GHT.
I don't think
that
that
is some
takes special
project.
fuel.
Well, there you can buy those kit, like a kit car.
Yeah.
You buy the helicopter in a kit and you build it by yourself.
I knew a guy once who built his own aircraft, and it's. I didn't see him finish it. He said it took 4 years.
Oh my gosh! I don't get eggs from gas stations.
Eggs from gas stations. Oof. That's a shortcut trip to the toilet.
That doesn't sound to me.
That's a slow burn fuse, if you ask me. So Daryl Love says, I have a bow and arrow and a pistol crossbow. James Bond helicopter in a bag in the boot of the car. Well,
oh, now I'm remembering that movie now. Now I'm remembering.
there was I knew a guy. He was on a different platform. He called himself Eggmeister, and he was into it's like a sail with a motor on your back. Is it paraglider?
Yeah, paragliding.
Paragliding.
Or
now, I asked him, is that a feasible method of bugging out? Would you be able to do it? And he said no, because the weight, if it was just you and that was it, fine, you could get away somewhere, but the range wasn't that great, 60 odd miles, I think he said. And if you had a bug out bag with any sort of weight in it, it would reduce it even further. And he said basically it's pretty much a no-go. But having said that, I wouldn't discount it completely if someone has got a paraglider, because look at the recent events in Israel. They managed to get across. So, yeah. Flying has got to be the really good method, because you're up and out of it. Just hope you're not trying to escape an ash cloud.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing that you are a veteran. Prepared
Yeah,
to-
I am. Yeah, 25 years in the army.
Okay.
Now retired. So,
Thank you for serving your country.
yep. No worries. Cheers, that.
You know, my
Yeah.
father was in the army, and my sister was in the Navy. My oldest sister.
Right.
And then I had a nephew that went into the army.
Right. Good stuff. Yep.
Definitely.
Always. I wouldn't discount or dissuade anyone from joining the services because the opportunities that come your way. You see. I mean, I joined when I was 16 and left when I was 42, and then retired. So didn't do me any. Didn't do me bad. So yeah, it's what you make of it, really. And you know, Vanessa Kitty there. She's another.
Thank you, Vanessa Kitty.
A veteran there, 16 years service, retired medically, United States Air Force, 1996.
Yep. 1996.
You know, I mean, the backbone of society, I would say, are the people who step up to the plate, give their personal contribution, not just military. You know, you got Army, Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard. You've got the ambulance services, the fire brigades, police. I mean, they've got some tough jobs to do. And then on top of that, you know, you've got anyone who volunteers their time is, you know, big respect to those, because there's a lot of people out there who do volunteer their spare time free, and without those people, you know, society is constantly relying on those sorts of people to keep the wheels in motion. And some sort of stable society, you know, relies on these things. Also, you know, the teachers as well. Teachers, doctors, vets,
Nurses.
Yep. And
The
without
people
those
that maintain
people,
it,
without these
the
people, you know,
vehicles, the maintenance guys, the mechanics, right?
yeah, well, yeah, and all the people who fell into the category of essential key workers during lockdown, all those people as well, because
They kept it going.
it kept the cogs of society going.
Kept the wheels going for us, right?
Yep.
Hey,
Hi,
Tammy,
Rebel
good to see you.
Hi, Tammy.
Tammy,
Is that
hello.
Rebel Canner?
Yes, it
Yeah.
is.
I didn't know her name. I know Rebel Canner.
Right.
Well, now
good.
you do.
I
So
was in the army for 10 months, but that was my
is that
service.
national service, Shadow?
When I
Conscription.
did my time in my 10 months in the army, it was mandatory. I had to do it.
Right. Yeah.
Unless I had some religious or other reasons for not to join the army. So I had 10 months. That's all. That's all I got. But
yeah, that's all right.
I enjoyed the time in the army. Actually,
It's
I
good
liked
for
it.
good to leave your sort of hometown and get in a different environment, and you know, camaraderie of other folks in the same situation, and it's all good stuff. All good character building stuff, as we used to say. Especially standing freezing cold on the range day out in the open. Standing guard at 4 a.m. That's the type of things that you don't. You start double questioning why you're there. Oh yeah. So you know, Iron Firehorse as well. I was married to a Canadian Army guy. Very dangerous guy. He became a registered nurse when he got kicked out. Then he died of cancer. Right. Unfortunate events there. Yeah. So, we've been talking about vehicles. you know, it's not the only mode of transport. Motorbike as well. You can translate sort of motorbike to vehicle, similar sort of thing. You haven't got a co-driver. It's harder to get around. You're more exposed to the elements, more precarious. You come off your bike, you're going to be injured. It happens a lot. But they've got extended range, more maneuverable, quicker. They can go on a lot more off-road capabilities, if you like. Then you've got bicycles, push bikes, pedal bikes, tricycles, you know, electric bikes these days. There's some electric bikes out there now, which
Electric scooters.
Yeah, electric scooters. I was in the mountains of Wales about 4 or 5 years ago or whatever, and I was going up this hill, and it was about 750 meters above sea level, big hill, and it was about a 45-degree incline, this hill, and halfway up, you know, I was breathing at my backside at this stage, and this guy come pedaling past me on a bike. I thought, you know, this is strange sort of thing. Is this a joke? And he was waiting for me at the top, and I got chatting to him, and he was on an electric bike. I said, "Oh, what's the range of this thing then?" He said, "Well, on the flat it's about 50 miles, and on these mountains it's 35 miles." And he had a spare battery in his backpack. So, you know, 100-mile range with another battery in his backpack isn't something to be discarded, really. It's quite a good capability. And that was 4 or 5 years ago. And these days now, where technology has advanced more, they've become more efficient, faster. And, you know, we've even seen the electric scooters, how they've come along. So I wouldn't discard push bike at all.
I wonder if you could power up one that isn't an electric bike.
What, convert a standard bike
to one that would be powered?
Yeah, they've been out for that. Technology's been out for post Second World War. You used to see them a lot in France and on the continent, Germany and so on, Brussels and Holland and stuff, especially Holland. And the ones I've seen, they're a petrol-driven motor, small motor just behind the seat, and it drives a little wheel, and you flick the wheel onto your back wheel. It locks in place, and it propels the back wheel. So you know, that sort of technology's been out a while. They are pretty noisy, and the range is probably limited. I'm not sure exactly how much, but I believe you can get electric conversion systems for conventional bikes as well, but I haven't really looked into it. Yeah. So Vanessa says a 48-volt system with a 200 amp hour batteries. I can ride to New Haven and back, whatever distance that is. I don't know. But yeah, bike technologies come on leaps and bounds. Some bikes, the actual battery is incorporated into the saddle stem as well, so you hardly even notice it's an electric bike. But I mean, you got pedal assisted electric bikes, and they're really good as well. So it says Vanessa said 62 miles, right? So that's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, you know, bikes are going to be a key resource to look at and consider if there's ever the extreme scenario of an EMP, for instance. Mm-hmm. And then, but you know, a bike is going to be the key sort of go-to tool to get around, and it's all right for 10 mile trips.
I've got 2 dogs snoring here.
All right. You know, bike's all right for a 10-20 mile trip, but longer than that, then you're gonna have to look at other contingencies, bicycle repair kits, spare inner
Tubes.
tubes, pump.
Yeah, I've seen
Yeah.
those recumbent bikes.
Yeah, I've seen
I
those.
think that I think with my balance being off, I would rather find a like one of those 3-wheelers
Oh, that's
Practical.
right.
and put a motor on it.
Yeah,
You know, the one that has that basket in the back.
yeah, definitely. Yeah,
Yes, those can
Well,
tilt over too, so you got to be careful.
I've got part of my plans is I take 2 bikes with us. I've got a bike trailer as well, fold up
yeah,
bike
that would
trailer,
help.
and it's been reinforced. It can take 100 kilos of weight,
Nice.
and I've been shopping with it and all sorts. You can get easily 2 weeks worth of shopping in that cart. Yeah. It's slightly heavier on the pedaling, but still manageable.
Mhm.
And then, as Shadow suggested earlier, and someone else mentioned in the comments, you could be in a boat, bugging out by boat, or traveling by boat in floods and so on.
Digging.
Yeah.
If you're in a flood area, then I would probably definitely get some form of inflatable boat minimum, or some
Yeah.
aluminium would be better.
Yeah.
Outboard motor, but boats come. There's a whole new set of sort of rules when it comes to boats, but there are also some standard sets. The standard sets I would say still keep to a 2-boat move in case one breaks down. Each boat should have its main source of propulsion, like an outboard motor, and the secondary means of propulsion, whether that be an alternative motor or a set of oars, paddles, safety gear on board, anchor tied to the actual boat itself, if it's in a position where you need an anchor.
Life jacket.
Life jackets for all. Helmets. Wouldn't discount helmets. Warm
Mhm.
clothing, because it's boats get really cold when you're
Yeah,
exposed to it.
definitely.
If you're not in a boat where you've got a cab or anything like that, or a heater, then you're going to get cold quickly. Definitely,
Oh,
especially
and
out in
maybe
the
some.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, and maybe some dry bags too, to keep the clothes dry. Just in
Definitely.
case.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
I mean,
'Cause you're probably gonna get
And
wet.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I've got, which is I've had it now for about 10 years, 11 years now. Lidl and Aldi, which are everywhere now, they sell every sort of springtime. They sell dry bags, and they sell I've seen 2 different colors: a bright yellow one, that's one I've got, and the dark navy sort of blue one, that's one the wife's got. They're excellent, really good quality. They've lasted the test of time. I've taken them everywhere with us, and that's always my bag I take, because completely waterproof, and yeah, it's brilliant.
Yep.
The dry bags, you can use them not only to put things in to keep things dry, obviously, but they make really good flotation aids. If you happen to go overboard with a bag, or you start to sink and so on. Yeah, so standard equipment everyone should have with their boat and that sort of stuff. Make sure you've got that. I'm not going to go through the list.
yeah,
But,
and you need something to prevent leaks. If you get a leak, you need to seal that up. And
repair kit, puncture repair kit, or sponsor repair kit for your compartment that's deflated or whatever, or puncture. A means of bailing the boat out.
Yeah, maybe pumps.
Yeah, you could have an automatic bilge pump or an automatic bailer. I've got one of those on my boat, and basically when the water level gets 1 inch into the bilge in the rear engine compartment, the pump kicks in and just throws it overboard, basically. So they're definitely good thing to have.
I
So-
use in my vehicle. I have also tools. My father was a master mechanic, so it didn't matter if you were a girl, you were going to learn how to work on a car.
Right.
And yes, I know how to work on a car.
Good stuff.
I
You probably got a
Good.
good, decent set of quality tools there as well.
Yes, I do. And they're always in my vehicle in a milk crate.
Mhm.
Those tools are in there, for spark plug. I always have an extra spark plug or even an extra spark plug wire because those things can go bad. And I'm always having those different things, components that could. There was one time my truck stopped running and I did not think about checking the fuses. It was this little tiny fuse that kept my truck from starting again that I didn't have the testers with me. So I, of course, when I had this van, I definitely did. It was this little tiny micro fuse that stopped my truck from running. And we paid $150 to get it towed back home.
Ooh.
That wasn't going to happen again.
Yeah.
Not again.
Yeah.
So I always
Yeah.
had that fuse. I always had that fuse in that truck once that happened.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Tiny fuse.
See, preparedness.
So
I was gonna say real quick. Sometimes preparedness can save you money.
Big time.
always, yeah. I mean, these days, most vehicles, you open the bonnet, the hood, and you just can't work on it because it's just made of plastic. It's got a plastic cover on it, or it needs a computer to tell you what's actually wrong with it. But yeah, fuses are still valid, and I've always got some fuses in mine. And it doesn't hurt either to throw the odd relay in as well, because they just basically look like a fuse, but sort of a bit bigger and squarer.
Yes.
Problem is diagnosing and going through all the fuses and seeing which one's actually gone and blown. Some of them can be, these little tiny blade fuses. You take them out, you can see quite easily because most of them are transparent. They're just slightly different color. But if you're in if it's really cold and freezing outside, and your dexterity, your fingers have gone, trying to pull them out with really cold hands is a pretty difficult task. So make sure you've got the fuse. Some vehicles come with little fuse tweezers with them, or whatever means you've got. Just make sure you can take the fuses out when it's really cold. So so Dario has got a question there. Before traveling, if you're with others, would having a team talk help? Yeah, definitely. As I said earlier, part of your pre-planning trip, for instance, should be a briefing. So you'd get everyone around. If you say if there's 2 vehicles, so you're looking at 4 people, driver and co-driver for each vehicle, then you explain what's going to go on. You explain the route, alternate routes, emergency meetup points, the comms communications system you're going to use. You might be using walkie-talkies.
We'll be on this channel.
Whatever channel, yeah, call signs. And when you're on the radio, the same applies to any other sort of SHTF situation. You want to OPSEC is key on the radio.
Yes.
Because I guarantee you're not going to have a secure radio. You might have a digital radio at best push, but whatever you say on that radio, people are going to listen to. So, you use code words, substitution words. So instead of saying we'll meet up at the garage at the end of the road, we'll meet up at Pluto, for instance. Everyone knows what you're talking about then. So you're on the
We'll
same
meet at the
side.
house.
Yeah, or you come up with some sort of comms plan and a contingency for what you do if you do lose comms, all this sort of stuff. So you don't give out basically your intentions, your locations, your effectiveness on the radio that everyone else can listen to, basically. So you brief everyone on that, make sure everyone's got a map, confirm everyone's got the breakdown kits, everyone's checked the vehicles over, spare tires, breakdown kits, fuel,
or power.
Then go through your. Sorry, go on. Go through your actions on, or your what ifs. Right, what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do if we get lost, or we get attacked, or we break down, or we get bogged in, or we need towing. You go through that so everyone knows then. And so by the time you leave, you give them a departure time and that sort of stuff. By the time you leave on the road, everyone knows exactly what they're doing, where they're going, and what to do if X, Y, or Z happens. So that the short answer is yes, definitely a pre-journey briefing. Right. So Daryl says there, what if we are stopped by a big mob? Right. So this is something.
Well, that is a potential scenario, actually.
Definitely, yeah.
It happened.
And
it happened.
It does happen. And there was two guys that I can name that it happened to. Were in Northern Ireland, and their vehicle was mobbed by the IRA, and they were subsequently dragged out of the vehicles, and they were found a couple of days later dead. So it's a definite threat. It's a definite plan. And people saw this in the LA riots, for instance. There was this sort of scenario going on. So basically, you go through what you're going to do if you're mobbed. What's your plan? What's your what ifs? What's your actions on? So you can either drive through, drive over onto people, or whatever. If your life is going to get in danger, or you think you're going to get killed if you don't.
Mm-hmm.
They will probably have an aggressive behavior, so I would not. I would not stop the car. I would keep the car rolling.
Yeah, like I said, never get out of the vehicle. Your doors and windows, doors locked, windows up. That's your basic minimum for starters. You come up to a situation and you haven't left yourself enough room, and then people start crowding around your vehicle, then you're in trouble. You haven't left yourself enough room to get away. You've got no contingency. So what do? That's the situation. The key thing is don't let yourself get in that situation, but do what you can to get out of it. If you think your life's going to be in danger, then foot to the floor and away you go. Drive through. You could even, I wouldn't even bother fire warning shots. If it comes to a situation where it's that serious and you're getting dragged out of the car, you put your gun into someone's face and pull the trigger. Simple as that. Otherwise, that's it. You're off. You're gone. And as grim as it sounds, that's what sort of situation people could find themselves in. Mm-hmm. When you're talking the mentality of a mob, everyone thinks they're not accountable because they're in a mob. And group thinking, group dynamics are a whole different beast. People will go with the flow and they won't think of the consequences.
That is something I would try to avoid.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
I think we all would.
Yeah, everyone would. It's a case of personal safety and defense, really.
Yeah. And the problem here is with that, when things get back to normal again, you can be held responsible for that. So you have to think once and twice
Exactly.
before you even think about to do it. That is the last resort you have to take when you have tried everything else and nothing else work and you have no other choice. Well,
there's one thing that I need to do here at my property. I need to put up a sign: beware of dogs.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
And a no trespassing sign. Don't even come on my driveway unless I know you're coming, you know?
Yeah. Definitely. Security starts from within.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, so, you know, if you're going to start dishing out harm, shall we say, to other people, put it mildly, then you've got to be prepared to be able to justify that later. Simple as that.
Yeah.
You know, I was protecting myself or my family from further ill or harm.
I had the kids in the back.
Yep. And
my responsibility is to them right now.
We used to have a thing, well, it's still valid.
Curly Homesteading with Pooh Bear. Good to see you.
We've got a thing called rules of engagement. And this is the sort of thing you should add into your pre-trip briefing. You know, your what ifs, your actions on, your rules of engagement. So, you know, only fire when fired upon and that sort of thing. So a self-defensive posture, because at some point something will come back and bite you, and whether it be if it's in a complete breakdown of society, whether it be if you've killed someone, friends or other gang members or family from the person you've killed seeking retribution, then you've got to be able to, you're escalating the situation. And you know, friends, family, gang members might come back with more friends and gang members and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So
I was remembering when Huga asked who this hat's going to is a channel named Archangel.
All right.
This is his hat.
Is it good? You any sort of style you doing there?
What it is as some people call them beanies. What I will do is once I get to this section here a little bigger, I will be taking it off and it's just pulled together at the top.
Right. Yeah. Yep. So, CR, you going to say something?
Can you guys hear me? I have to charge my headset again.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Hey, Frostbite. Good to see you.
Hi. I was gonna mention, you didn't mention it yet, having like
Sunny Sea Kid, good to see you. Welcome to the stream.
Things like optics, binoculars, right? Being able to see further in that distance, maybe even anticipate something in that distance, that roadblock in the distance, right? Obviously, it's gotta be fairly flat, but I mean, like, you might be able to see something ahead in advance, and be able to detour off.
I've done that. I've done that in the past, and I still do.
I mean, I've actually like on some of these road trips I go on, like especially if it's on a highway, I'll still bring the binoculars. I mean, just so if there's an accident ahead, let's say a mile or two ahead, you can even see it ahead in advance and be like, oh yeah, there's a lot of cars on the side of the road. I wonder why.
Yeah, optics are okay, but they become a bit more difficult to use in a car or vehicle because the vibration intensifies in proportion with the magnification of the binocular, obviously. I personally have got a monocular. It's a lot smaller, lighter as well. I've got one of those, but I didn't get it specifically for a vehicle or anything like that. But they do come in handy, and if I got it, and you need to use it, then use it. Yeah. Night vision. That's a completely different ball game altogether. Well, I've driven using MVGs and stuff, and it's a whole new thing. When you're using MVGs, when you're sort of night vision device, I mean, it's very, very, very difficult to use a handheld monocular, put it up to your eye, and drive with it like that. It's not really going to happen. When you're driving with a headset-mounted NVGs, it's what you're getting is a 2D picture of a 3D environment, and you lose depth of field. So what you've got to do to sort of counter that and build up more of a 3D picture is as you're driving, you sort of move your head left and right to keep sort of perspective and field of view, because you get sort of a tunnel vision view of it. And the fact that it's not really, I wouldn't really call it a realistic way to move in a vehicle at all. You got to have a best case infrared headlights or some sort of infrared illumination, or a really decent generation of NVGs. So, I mean, it's worth considering for definitely a security standpoint. If you're in the dark, you've got a set of NVGs, you can see, and you're more anonymous and incognito, hidden in the dark, looking for someone. Or if you're on foot, fine. If you're on a bike, you can stop straight away. That's as far as I go with NVGs, really, for night driving. Yeah.
Well, because you were mentioning about like if you had to pull over for the night or something like that, so.
Oh, right. So yeah.
Yeah, so you can actually see further distance out than the naked eye.
Yeah, so if you're incorporating a night stop into any sort of SHTF travel plan, then with a vehicle, it's not much. Weight isn't really an issue. You can lob in there as much as you like. Really, you're just talking about capacity and space. So, yeah, lob in a set of NVGs, a monocular or whatever, binoculars, because you can just get them out when you stop, and then you can look around and see what's out there. Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Or even if you have to take the high ground on it and take a look down low.
Yeah. A lot of the NVGs binoculars, they have a built-in infrared illuminator as well. They're pretty rubbish, really. If that's switched on, then someone else with any sort of IR device can see you. So you want a passive infrared or
Do you want to see my other? Do you want to see my other pet?
Oh, we've got a cat as well, have we? What's this one called?
This is BB.
Oh, there we go. Look.
Big boy. And yeah, you can see he's a big boy.
Yeah. How old's he?
That's a big cat.
Yes, he is. He's a very.
He looks heavy.
He is. I'd rather have the female we have over here because he's a big boy.
Yeah. We used to have two big cats, and yeah, they're no longer with us, but yeah.
Luckily, he was raised around dogs, so when he came into the home with me having dogs, he did just fine.
Yeah. And Hugo says, practice with your defensive tools to develop muscle memory required in emergency adrenaline-filled situations. Definitely. Practice, and more practice.
And then practice some more.
Yeah.
Rinse and repeat. Rinse and repeat.
Yeah, if you're doing some sort, instead of laboriously trying to learn some form of martial arts or anything like that, learn 2 or 3 moves and get good at those. because street fighting and all that sort of stuff is a completely different beast. So yeah, develop a plan. And one thing we haven't really spoken about is if you're is countering you and your vehicle, someone coming up smashing the window as well. Unfortunately, there's not a lot you can do really with a normal vehicle to stop anyone smashing the windows if they, run at your vehicle with any sort of device that smashes, like a sharp pointed hammer or something like that. So
they say tinting your windows, it makes it a little bit better.
Yeah, I was just thinking of,
I don't know if that's true, but I've heard that.
It probably would be actually. I was just thinking of some sort of film you could put over your windows, just like your domestic sort of window film that you can get. So yeah, tinted window film would be an option. Yeah, it's illegal here to have your windscreen and driver and front passenger vehicle tinted.
We can have up to a 35% tinting on the two front windows.
All right.
You can have up to that. Now, in some states, which is really strange, on the truck that I used to have, it wasn't a 35%, and in Kansas, it said you had to have it 35% all the way around. But when you have a factory tinted window, it's not 35% on those back windows. It's more than that. So I was never stopped, of course, in that truck, and I would have loved to have asked the highway patrol, well, how do you solve the problem when you've got a vehicle that was already factory tinted darker than 35?
Yeah.
Never got to do that because they never did stop me.
Right.
So
we have every vehicle in Britain is subject to a yearly safety inspection, and they'll check things like that all over. Everything from emissions to brakes to tire depths to chips on windscreens. They'll check all that.
Yeah, we have one that we do a safety inspection, but it doesn't take in here. It doesn't do the emissions in this town, but in bigger cities, it does.
Yeah.
But yeah, every 2 years we have an inspection for our vehicles. I'm getting tickled by my cat. That feels weird.
Yeah, MOT, that's what we call them.
Yes, it's kind of something. And then there's some states that they only do one inspection when the vehicle comes into their state, and then they don't do an inspection again.
Yeah. So going on back to the question of how to travel in an SHTF event, it's got to be as quick as possible and more as robustly as possible. So I've my ultimate sort of bug out plan is to jump in my van. I've got a converted camper van. Keep driving, and to the point in which, if I don't make it to my bug out location, for whatever reason, I'll then transfer to my bikes. And then if they were to fail, I would go on to foot. So that's my sort of 3-point plan to consider.
Mm-hmm. Where walking is the last resort.
Yeah.
It's the slowest.
And then you're gradually reducing your load and your capability then from, say, a van you can sleep in and cook in and live in, down to a bike.
Yeah, you have more protection from the weather in a van than you have on foot.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you're reducing your capability. So then you go down to a bike, for instance. So you got a bike, a trailer at best, with rucksacks. And then if you go down to foot, then you're cutting your capability down even more because you've got slightly less weight. You're moving slower and you're more exposed. So, I mean, it's better than just jumping in a vehicle and hoping for the best and not having any sort of backup plan. I mean, some people's travel plans might be to get a train, depending on their situation and scenario, or some people might just want to get on a boat and sail away. I mean, I've been speaking to people where their plans for any sort of nuclear event is to go to the nearest port, get a sailing yacht, and head to the southern hemisphere, buy themselves a couple of years worth of decontamination-free area. So I suppose ideally it would be go to the nearest airport with your mate who's a pilot, jump in a fully stocked and loaded aircraft. Away you go. So has anyone got any comments, queries, or questions in the comments there? Anything anyone wants to add?
I can't think of anything else that I want to ask. I'm just thinking about different things that once I get another vehicle, what I'm going to do, you know?
Right. Yeah, but no matter what a trip is these days, I say back to basics. Distances, locks, doors, keeping aware, security, being with someone, having some sort of other equipment in the vehicle to get you out of harm's way. You could even have another good tip, which I saw from someone, which I do now, is everyone's got a smartphone these days. And if you've got a smartphone, no doubt you'll have a smartphone rubber cover for it or case, like a rugged case for it. So what I do is I put £40, so it's two £20 notes folded up in the phone case as me sort of a bit of emergency money, I suppose. So, and you can use that whenever. If you just, short of cash, for instance, then, use that and you can immediately replenish it. Or you're feeling generous and you want to give someone a tip or whatever, all the way through to, how far will £20 each get someone on a bus ride. And in Britain, that will get them a long way. So,
permanent veteran, do you also keep numbers on a sheet of paper? I keep very important numbers, right? Just very, very important numbers that just in case you're not remembering it or whatever. So
I did a video on that specific thing. Just have a look here, see what it was. And basically, what do I call it? Contact card. And
I watched that video. I remember that when you mentioned it.
Yeah, it's just a little credit card sized bit of paper, and on there you've got your key numbers. So your next of kin,
family,
brother, sister, mother, daughter, parents. You might have a breakdown number on there, and so on. Because if your phone, let's say you drop your phone in a puddle and it's then useless, or you drop it and it gets crushed or damaged, or the phone network is completely down, then you still got the number to call someone on. And so definitely, I have one of those. I did a video. I'm just looking at it here 2 years ago. It's called Emergency Contact Card.
What I have in my phone is in front of a friend's name that knows things about me if I was unconscious.
Right.
Is I put I period, C period, E period. And when emergency respond to people, they will go to see what's on the ICE list, which is in case of an emergency.
Yeah.
In
Yeah.
front
Good
of
idea.
one of my friends' names has that it's capital I period, ICE period, period between each one. And they're able to go there, because, yes, I should lock my phone down, but I don't.
Well,
so that they can get there. If something were to happen to me, they will know to call my friend.
I mean, you could be adding in like your blood type, what you're allergic to, stuff like that too.
Most smartphones now, there's actually a nice menu in the phone somewhere that you can put these details in.
I have one in my phone menu. You have to go into settings, I believe.
Settings. I might look in there on my A14 and find out if it does have that.
Another thing to look out for is to enable. Personally, I've got all my emergency alerts enabled on my phone, because if you're out and about in your vehicle, you want to be notified that something's going to happen. I mean, a lot of people I've heard for the emergency alert system function on your phone, they say, "Oh, it's too intrusive. It's going to invade my privacy, etc., etc." But why wouldn't you have one of those enabled as a prepper? You want to know what's happening.
I agree.
Yeah, people can get too paranoid these days.
Yeah, I've already know.
On my phone, I have something. I go into settings and I have this one there, security and emergency.
Right.
You can go in there and you have on top of there medical information, name, blood group, etc. And then you have emergency contacts and an SOS alarm, identification of car accidents, emergency messages. And a lot of, and they have a service for emergencies, warning about earthquakes,
emergency
tracking
alert
warning.
Yeah, good.
Things like that.
In fact, it was only yesterday that the network that I use, which is called 3, there was a countrywide outage yesterday. No warning whatsoever. All of a sudden, no phone signal at all. So looking at my phone, thinking, what's happening here? No cell service whatsoever. And I've got a dual SIM card phone, so I switched to the other SIM card, which was a different network. And it did have a signal, so I knew it was going to be some sort of outage from that carrier. So, which is a good thing, actually. If everyone out there is looking for their new phone, look for a dual SIM card phone. Have your normal SIM card in there, and in the extra slots, put a pay-as-you-go SIM card in there with a different carrier, so that you got 2 different options for getting a signal if you're in a place where you got no signal, or if one of the carriers service providers has gone down.
Contingency.
I'm not even sure if the company I'm with, if I used a different company's card in here, if it would even work.
Right. Yeah. So I don't know what the terminology. It could be different in different countries. Here, I always make sure I buy an unlocked phone, because if you buy a phone, I never buy a phone on contract, because they're always sort of locked into a certain provider. I always buy an unlocked phone, so you're free then to put in whatever service provider's SIM card in that you like, and it's just got the generic Android operating system or Apple operating system, and the other usual key bloatware you get with Google and stuff like that on your phone. But definitely worth having a dual SIM card phone and putting an alternative carry a phone, other SIM card in there. Yeah, Daryl, we just said then, everyone's got a smartphone, everyone's got a ruggedized smartphone cover, or a phone case. Put an extra 20 or 40 pounds in between the phone and the phone case, just for contingencies and so on. It's a good idea. I've got that tip from the Urban Prepper.
Cliff. Oh yeah. I've heard, I've seen Cliff do that. Yeah,
he's a good. He comes out with good ideas.
Well, basically it just adds to your capability without really adding to the space or bulk of your phone.
Yeah,
right?
Definitely.
It just makes it that much more efficient, effective, because now you got extra cash. You got the numbers on the back of the phone, right? All this other stuff.
Huga, you're funny.
If you work security at the Samsung store, does that make you guardian of the galaxy? Yep.
Oh, Fuga.
Yeah.
So, anyone else any suggestions or anything to add?
I can't come up with anything.
Yeah, so no matter what the no matter what the mode of vehicle you're going to be moving in. So I'll go back to the couple in Nicaragua. So she's a nurse. I don't know what he was, architect, I think. Anyway, they moved to Nicaragua, seeking a more remote, better life in a warmer environment, all this sort of stuff. And SHTF kicks off in Nicaragua. The government goes rogue. Police start shooting people in the streets. I mean, this is only 4 years ago-ish, something like that. And they find out then they're stuck. They can't leave the country because some sort of passport situation. And they have to go in a 2-vehicle convoy down to the store every couple of weeks. And they have to adopt measures. They carry weapons with them, clubs, firearms, makeshift body armor, and all this sort of stuff, just to go for a shopping trip. And which brings me on to another point, actually, is if it gets that bad, don't be afraid to bolster up and put reinforcements on your vehicle. Yeah, you see some people have bull bars on the front of their vehicle. You can sort of do an A-team job, a BA Baracus job on your vehicle and get some welding done and add extra armor to it. But it all comes with its drawbacks. You're adding extra weight and all this sort of stuff. It all depends. I mean, if the situation's that bad, you would limit your movements to, really essential movements only, and you just don't move. Don't move unless you absolutely have to. Why go to all these measures where you're potentially going to go and get carjacked, attacked, ambushed, and all this sort of stuff for a shopping trip? Seek alternative methods, so to speak.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I agree with that too.
Yeah,
I agree.
Reduce the sort of confrontation whenever possible.
Yeah, I mean, all the measures I've spoken about is sort of pretty extreme, apart from the basic ones. Yeah. And you would be sort of making a trip if someone was ill and they required life-saving treatments or antibiotics or really key essential stuff. You wouldn't do it just to go and get an extra 10 toilet rolls, for instance. And likewise, when you come back your vehicle in, vehicles could be a key resource at this point. Fuel could be a key resource. So you might want to monitor your vehicle or put it locked away in a garage so that no one comes in the middle of the night and drains your fuel tank. And if it's in a garage, make sure your garage is secure. If you've got an electric garage, make sure you haven't got the pull cord still there, because all you got to do is pull the pull cord, and the whole garage comes open quite freely. You know, these electric garages, they normally have a pull cord. It's an emergency method of opening the door when the power has gone out. Cut that cord off and zip tie the little catch that the cord is attached to, so that no one can lean in with a metal rod or a bit of wire and pull it. Because if they do that, then they can open your door in seconds. So yeah, getting something out. Daryl says something to get fuel out of vehicles in SHF situation. Well, that's becoming more and more difficult. I found this out a couple of months ago when I was draining fuel out of a vehicle that I took off the road. Basically, these days, a lot of vehicles, just about all of them, have automatic fuel cut-off devices, which some are dumb, some are smart. The smart ones are electrical. Dumb ones are just a case of, if the vehicle rolls, some sort of internal gravity device, like a ball bearing inside the fuel pipe somewhere, will fall down and cut off the fuel. Go on.
Huga, I had a locking gas cap that was put on my van. You can literally take a screwdriver if the key is not working anymore and pop them off. The one I want to get is the one that goes down in the hole, and then you can put the cap on, because those are definitely harder to get out. You know, one that goes down in the hole where the thing goes, because those other ones can be popped right off.
I mean, yeah. I mean, fuel tanks nowadays, you can't even put a pipe into a modern day fuel tank to siphon it off properly. You need a pipe about 3 foot long, and you need one good suction to get that out. I tell you, I'm not saying it can't be done. It can be done, but you know, these sort of siphon devices are pretty much useless these days. If anyone wants to nick fuel out of a vehicle, then you look under the wheel arch, and you just cut the pipe underneath where it's locked, and you drain it that way. Or you go under the vehicle, get a screwdriver, and just puncture the tank.
Yeah, I've heard about that.
I mean, a lot of vehicles nowadays, they've got baffles inside the fuel tank as well, so you might not be able to drain all the fuel. So the culprit will probably have to stab the fuel tank a couple of times to drain the fuel out of it. It's a messy situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the older cars that are from the 80s, 90s. They were easy to steal the fuel from, because they didn't have this new technology or to prevent it. So,
well, the easiest way, right? What you can do is you get you've seen these Chinese diesel heaters. You get the blown air diesel heaters. They are. With those, you get a fuel line which is it's less than the thickness of a pencil. That's the diameter of it. It's about 5 mil thickness at most. Anyway, what you do then is you pipe that down the fuel filler cap all the way into the fuel tank, and the electrical pump that comes with the diesel tank, you connect that to a battery and automatically pump it through.
I know why she's saying that. Thursday, like I was saying, I fell. I was in my friend's garage getting my rubber bed mat because she's having to move. And I completely forgot that garage floor was wet. And I went falling backwards. I am feeling better today. My body still hurts, but I'm doing better.
Yeah.
And as you get older, things like that happen. And
it takes longer to recover.
It takes a long time to recover because I'm in my 6th decade. Most people look at me and like they're going, no, but I am. So it's like, but yes, I am definitely feeling better. Natasha, I'm certainly am.
Right, so I'm just about to depart. What else we got here? Daryl says, what if we need a spare battery? Cannibalize another vehicle.
Or have two.
Leave the existing battery on it and either bump start the vehicle or jump start it. A lot of people
Some
these
people
days
have to.
don't even know how to jump start a vehicle. You know, you don't put the plus and negative on one battery and the plus and negative on the other battery, or risk blowing the vehicle up then these days. Because a lot of vehicles nowadays have electronic control units and they're easily damaged. So, you know, the negative goes on the vehicle body, there's a port and a little nipple on every vehicle these days under the bonnet where you put the negative, and obviously the positive goes on the other battery. And you don't even have to start both engines up nowadays. You just leave them both connected for 5 or so minutes. The energy should transfer across, and then should be good to go.
Well, they also have those battery packs that you can jump a vehicle with, right?
Yeah, they're definitely a good idea.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I have had those jumper things, and I have charged them, and then I went to jump someone else's vehicle, and they didn't work. I don't know what I did wrong, but I always have a pair of jumper cables instead of those battery packs, just in case.
Yeah.
yeah, it's a backup option, right?
I've
There's
got
always
the
a backup
jumper cables.
alternative.
They're universal, and they're really good. The longer the better. I mean, those battery packs you get, there is different grades of battery pack. Yeah, I don't know what went wrong, but yeah, there's they also come with these days. They come with built-in compressors, built-in flashlights, built-in USB ports, and so on. So they are quite universal, depending on which one you get. But some of them can be expensive as well, very expensive, because the newer ones now they've got lithium batteries in as well.
There's one other thing that I did because of as we get older, I have a DeWalt Impact that takes an 18-volt battery that you can charge, and using those to take your lug nuts off instead of trying to break it with the 4-way or the lug wrench and stuff.
Right. Yeah. There's JHT just says there, I've jumped a vehicle with a DeWalt battery and wire. Yeah, good idea. I mean, they're gone are the days now. I mean, the old Land Rover Series 3s, they come with a hand crank, and you could put it in the front of the vehicle, crank it a couple of times, you could start the engine that way. Or you could play about with the fuses underneath the steering wheel, get ignition if you lost the keys, and you get the dipstick out and put it across the certain components of the vehicle, and it'll get it started. Yeah, there's lots of little tricks and workarounds, I suppose. You got to look at your vehicle and see what you can do with it and what the options are. So anyway, that's me, Shadow. I've got to go.
Yeah, no problem.
I went and joined your channel today.
Ah, many thanks.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I hope there's some good videos you enjoy there. I like to put out some informative stuff. I might even do a video what we talked about today, actually, Shadow.
Yeah.
Put some bullet points up there and have a quick talk and stuff. So
yeah.
Right. So yeah. Okay. We'll
take care, PV.
Yeah. See you later, CR.
Take it easy.
See you later, Shadow. Catch you in a bit.
Yeah. See you later. Take care.
See you later, folks.
Bye. I didn't even know about his channel until I came in here. Wow.
Well, PV is just that awesome.
Yes,
I guess I should have said that when he was still here. Hey. Oops.
No. I'm doing the last row on this hat. Thank you for helping me finish this thing quickly. And yes, Huga, you will be getting your hat soon. If I have an email in my email address. There we go. Are you going to be over there at Lazy Days Ahead with Jesse and Lisa at 5 o'clock today?
Eastern time or
It's Central Time. It's going to be a really big giveaway with Andale Homestead and also Jesse and Lisa. They're going to do it together.
okay, cool. Hey, Chris Leon, good to see you.
I've already got it up there waiting for it to start. Yeah, time to take this hat off finally.
Yeah. That goes pretty fast from start to the end when you do that type of knitting.
It does. Usually it takes me about a little over 2 hours to make one hat.
That is fast. With a normal way to knit, it would take, well, days, probably.
There we go. It's more of a, Natasha, it's more of a labor of love because I want people to be warm, you know?
Yeah.
I hear a bird
Yeah.
outside and it's really going off.
Okay, cool.
I don't know what kind it is, but it sure sounds pretty. Hi, Chris Leon.
Hi, Chris. Sorry, I'm eating in the back.
Well, it's okay. You can eat. No problem. Chris says, I love hand knit items. They are so warm. Yeah, indeed they are.
Hey, that should be a topic right there, Shadow.
They certainly are.
That should be a topic right there, Shadow. Right there.
I have had people say their heads are too warm.
My grandmother, she was really good at knitting. She made a vest for me when I was younger. And that vest were really warm.
The next one, someone wants a black and purple. The next hat I'll make for the other person that won on that channel. So here we go.
My father was a tailor, so I learned how to repair clothes, and so, okay, good. Thank you, Gig Ridden.
Hi, Outdoors with Big Matt. What a great friend he
Hey,
is.
Outdoors with Big Matt. Yeah, he's a great guy.
He is a great guy.
He's a funny guy too. He always has some sense of humor in his videos.
What's up, Matt?
Here we go. Getting this. Oh, okay. That sounds great. I know that I'm gonna change when we go to Jesse and Lisa's and Andale's giveaway. I'm going to let him have the desktop, and I'm going to be using the iPad to probably be on the other channel so that they get watch hours and stuff like that.
That sounds like that sounds good, Gear.
Yeah, let him have the computer today, and maybe he'll win some stuff. Which would be
Yeah,
nice.
that would be cool. I brought the computer home from my office so I can start going live with you. Now I just gotta figure out how to hook it all up. StreamYard is the easiest way.
Yeah, it's not overly difficult for the most part.
It takes 5 to 10 minutes to set up.
Yeah. I mean, you just gotta sign up, log in, schedule it.
Yeah, when you're first doing the StreamYard and you have to connect it to your YouTube channel, you have to wait 24 hours. But once it's set up, it's set up. Hats off to Loom.
Hands off to Rebecca. I was waiting to say that for like the whole stream. I'm like, I gotta say that. You know, I gotta say that.
Yeah, I know you. I know, Sierra. You like to put some
Oh, wow.
interesting comments on things like that.
Now where's my...
Yeah, I agree with that, Irila. Having extra blanket in our cars or trucks is a good idea. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. My scissors are not in my holder. I guess I'm going to have to figure out some other way to cut the string. I know it'll work. Okay. Get some fingernail clippers.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, we
now.
can hear loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm back on the headset. Sound check, as PB would say.
Yeah, exactly. Atasha says I'm supposed to be live with David Moffat tonight at 8. We'll see if I get it done in time. The cheapest is $20.
There's one that I think there's one that's free, and you can have up to 5 more people than yourself.
Yeah, 5 more people, and you get 20 hours in the span of
20
30 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have the paid version. I pay $20 a month for my StreamYard. That's why I can have 9 guests and 10 with me.
I mean, usually includes me somehow.
Yeah. And you can upload backgrounds, the backgrounds you want. When you have that paid for, if you pay $20. But there is one other option you can pay for, but that is more expensive.
There's one that I got an email from StreamYard that they now have one that you could do for 10.
Yeah, I think I heard about that.
I got that email from them. I'm guessing because they want to bring us to where we're paying for something. So they're giving people that have had the free one for 20 hours.
Mm-hmm. So the paid version gets you more people and your logo. Anything else?
And my logo. Yeah.
I think there's an audio thing too, or a music thing too. You can actually put in your own track in.
Yeah,
Because
and you
even on the
can add video clips if you have the paid version.
the free version allows you to have video clips up to 10 minutes.
I'm going to mute my mic because this is going to be noisy, and I'm going to put his.
Okay, no problem.
It's all good. It's all good. But yeah, I mean, the free version allows you to have, like, I guess I need to do too.
Okay, thanks for stopping by, dear love. I appreciate that. Have a nice day and take care. Stay safe and God bless.
See you at the brew. Yeah. Yeah, the free version allows you to have video clips too.
Whose channel is in the bottom? Can you drop the link?
That's me.
Yeah, that's you. You can drop your own link.
But no, because I'm on the StreamYard side right now. I could say something though.
Or I can drop your link.
Yeah.
I
does-
end up
I can say hi though.
I end up popping out the YouTube chat. That's why I'm able to
Yeah.
type in.
Yeah, because if they're a mod chat, they can click on the three dots and go to channel. It's because I'm on the StreamYard side right now. If I was on the YouTube side, then. So Shadow, I gotta ask you because I always ask you every Saturday. Topic for next week.
I haven't got there yet to next week yet.
Still working on it, eh?
Yeah, I'm working on it. Oh, got it. You can't do that. Not a mod. I'm learning so much. Yeah. You always learn something new.
Yeah. Yeah. And speak of
Fishing
learning something new.
Frustrations UK. Good to see you, brother.
Speak of learning something new. Maybe that could be a topic for you, Shadow. For a new skill. Well, I know someone else is doing a stream about that, but learning something new. Or learning new tricks or new things. Or different things.
Yeah. Well,
Well,
guys, I need to take a short bathroom break. I'll be back in a minute.
30 seconds. I'll just talk for 30 seconds. He'll be back. Okay, I'm back.
But yeah.
I was going to say, Rebecca, one of the things I was been trying to get back in, well, I should say actually into, is learning how to knit / crochet. I guess that's more or less the same. I mean, I know how to sew and hand sew, but sewing's much easier than knitting.
What I do is they call it round loom knitting because you got the two knitting needles.
Mm-hmm.
Crochet is one, and I also learned about 3 years ago how to crochet. And knitting I had never really done on the round looms. I had always done knitting with two knitting needles.
Oh, so basically this is like a jig, like a form to set this up. Like I've heard about these, I've seen these, like, and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I just find it interesting.
The thing that's about this loom, everybody's been wanting to find one that there's 48 pegs on this. And finally someone was able to find, because this company isn't in business anymore, and was able to find finally a 48 peg one that is exactly the same size as what mine is, which is really nice. You know, if you're making a hat, you know, if you're crocheting a hat, you've got to know what size that person's head is if you're crocheting it. If you're with this in the knitting, because of how it joins together, it stretches and it fits practically everybody's head, except for people that have really big heads, that I have to use the biggest loom that I have for them.
And I'm not a big head person.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is because of the size of this, I finally found out how you're supposed to measure this. Is it's supposed to be from the one peg, one of the pegs, to the next one, and this one's 9.5 inches. This one's 9.5, you know, circumference. So, and it stretches. So it will stretch to a lot of different people's size heads.
I see.
Okay, Ronald.
Yeah, I can see the cat in the background.
You can see BB. I don't know.
Yeah, I can see the tail. I just like. What's
No,
that?
that's
Yeah.
one of my dogs. Come on,
Oh.
relax.
Yeah, like
Relax.
I said, I'm
That's
sewing.
the
I
dog.
mean,
Relax.
crocheting and knitting is a little bit sewing, but
Relax.
oh, Shadow, did I ever tell you that I did actually try the knitting once, at least once. I mean, I still have to learn how to cast on and off better, but
Yeah.
well, I practiced it with paracords first, just to see. Well, I didn't want to use yarn because I wanted to see the pattern, right? And understand the layout of it, right? So I used paracord just so I could see it better, right? I mean, I undid that the one I did, but I got. See, Rebecca, you're motivating me to want to get back into that this winter now. Again, why not? Why not?
I think everybody needs to have some type of something that you can make for yourself, that, you know, like a blanket to put in your car. I'm right now working on a I call it a throw for my friend Des. And it's sitting down here. Since I got done with this hat, I'm going to start working on that blanket that I'm making for her.
Well, I know Victoria would come in every so often. Like the listener would come in. I remember when she used to show us. You remember that, Shadow? She used to come in and show us a lot of things. I kind of miss seeing her come by. She's very busy Saturday afternoons now. I know she goes live on Fridays. I kind of missed the stream last night. Like, yeah. Well, that could be a topic. Right. Sewing, knitting, crocheting. Right? We can have,
the problem is I suck on crocheting and knitting and sewing too.
You can have Rebecca come in as your guest. She'll do all the talking, like, you know, like how I do all the talking. I mean, you know, never mind.
I don't usually when I go live with somebody, they're mostly doing all the talking because I'm concentrating on making their hat, and they're talking about their channel, you know, as I'm making their hat on my live. You know, I'll talk to them also, you know, and things like that.
Well, like I said, I tried it with paracord first just because.
Hey, JB Blog, good to see you.
Hey, JB, just because I could see the pattern and where things are going, right? Versus with yarn where I could get confused, right? You know, because I want to see, is this supposed to go behind or in front, or, you know, how you loop things around and stuff like that, and see that overall pattern overall. If that makes any sense. Because I have braided before, so I know for braiding, it's as long as you get down the pattern, you can braid it. You know what I mean, Shadow? Like the cobra weave type of braids and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Once you understand the pattern, you can do it. It's not so difficult. It's just understanding the pattern layout. You know, where it goes underneath or over top, or the loops go in this or whatever, right? Once you understand that, then it's easier. To the
Yeah,
point
but
where,
the learning curve might be a little bit steep, but
yeah, initially.
when you get over that, it's easy.
It's almost like second nature. You can, like, you know, some of our grandparents or whatever could probably knit blindfolded, right? I know people
Yeah.
like that. They can knit blindfolded, right? Because they exactly know the pattern, right? The technique. It's just repeating it, right? Well, because usually crocheting, braiding, knitting is all the pattern, right? You just keep repeating it, then you do the next line, right? And stuff like that. And of course, you got to start it, whatever it is. I think in crocheting or knitting, they call it casting, right? You cast on, then you cast off at the end.
Yes, Ronald, it is. My brother was asking me a question.
Yeah, and I apparently keep getting notifications on Instagram. People, what are you doing, Sia? Are you busy? I'm like, yes, I am. But yeah. But yeah, Shadow, that'd be a good topic, I think. You can chime that in for the December. I think.
Yeah, my
Well,
I
to be
will
honest,
think about that one.
all right.
You have to remind me so I don't forget.
Yeah, I'll tell you in 5 minutes from now. Oh, you mean like tomorrow, tonight? Yeah, okay. I'll just write to you. Sew, knit, crochet. But yeah, I've said this in another side chat before. To me, I enjoy sewing as much as I like working with tools. Personally, you know, let's say power tools or hand tools. You know, I'll enjoy using a grinder as much as I like using a sewing machine. In my opinion, because they're all forms of creating for me. So. But yeah.
We had when in school when I was a kid, in the elementary school and the high school, we had two different topics, two different subjects. That was you learn to make things from wood.
Yep.
And the other
Shop
one
class.
was
Shop class.
the other one was how to learn to sew.
Yep.
But I didn't get that much help, so I found that with the sewing stuff was boring because why should I learn that? And,
you know,
because I considered that when I was a kid and a teenager, they consider back in then people considered sewing and things that is for women.
Yeah.
And working with wood was considered for males.
Yeah, that stereotypical view of it, right? Like when I was in school, and like shop class there was females, and in the sewing classes there were still males, right? I think to me it's all how you apply that skill, right? Apply it to something you want to do, right? Like if you don't, Shadow, if you learn how to crochet, knit, or whatever, you know, you don't have to make a blanket, right? Or a scarf. Make a hat. Make some gloves or something. Something you want to have, right? Something in shop class, right? You know, you don't have to make a desk. Right? Maybe you want to make a nice, fancy, hard a nice display with a heart, right? If you're a female, right? So it's all how you apply that, you know. Just
Yeah.
because that don't fall into that stereotypical view.
And the problem was when we had the sewing classes. The problem was that those who were good at it get more help than I got. So I didn't wanted to learn if I didn't get any help because I struggled really with it. So why should I learn a subject when I can't get the help I need? But those who were good at it got more help than I got. So
Yeah.
no.
I mean,
Can
I
I
guess-
show you something
Yeah,
my
go ahead.
brother just got out of the mailbox?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure.
Is that?
Yes, that's from Lazy Days Ahead, and I have no idea who sent me this book. No clue. Because I
What's
know
the book about?
I have no idea. Because the thing is that someone must have gifted me this, because this one I won. This is the one I won from them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm beginning to wonder,
Mm.
what's this one? Ronald, I need scissors. I'm like, okay, this is definitely a book. I can definitely tell that.
They're not in there.
Oh no. The
Also
scissors aren't
followed
on
the
the-
adding typing classes in high school, then had to take computer classes and can't type in college.
I'm trying to rip it open. Oh my goodness. I'm trying to open it. Okay, here it goes.
Make a hole with a pen.
Use your letter opener.
Well, don't burn it, right? Don't use it later.
I know what I'm going to use. This will work.
Hey, you can always just bring the cat in and use its claws.
I'm going to get the card out first to find out who. There's 2 books in there. Warm holiday wishes.
That's so awesome.
Hoping you and Ronald have the best Christmas yet. Lots of love to you too. Congratulations on winning these great books on Miss. Oh, this was on Miss Ann's. I completely forgot about that. Back on 11/21/23. I completely forgot about that.
Mrs. Ann.
And Dale. Handy hints and homemade hacks. This is great.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
Now I
completely
want to go
forgot
make
about
something.
that.
I want to go make something now.
I'm like, oh
I
my
was-
I want to go
gosh.
make
I
something
was-
now.
I was surprised that them things were actually inside our locked mailbox. I decided to try putting them in to see how well they fit. They are, you have to put it in just right to get it to fall down. And it completely covered up the front end of the mailbox.
Mm.
I had to tilt it out to get it.
This is really an interesting picture right here. They put some wood together and they used plastic lattice to hold your tools. That is cool. Take a look at that. See that right there? Right over here.
Yeah,
What?
that's cool.
That is
Wow.
really cool. They're using one of those, as some people call them, toboggans, the sleds, the plastic sleds. And they ended up strapping, take a look at that one. Strapping that on there for you to pull instead of having to carry that cooler.
Interesting.
This is going to be so much fun because I have learned how to build different things. I know how to fixate the valve inside of a toilet tank. I can change faucets on my kitchen sink, my bathroom sink.
That's awesome. That's awesome, Rebecca.
You know,
I love to hear that.
It's about being prepared. It's about saving money when you don't have it. I've even roofed houses before, you know?
That's awesome.
Not that at my age that I would want to get on my roof and put shingles on, but if I have to, I will.
This is what I like to hear. This is what I like to hear, right? You know, it just shows that it doesn't matter if you're male or female. We can do a lot of these things. You know?
Oh, Ronald's bringing me the beautiful girl. This is Gigi.
Great girl.
Yes.
Oh, that's cute.
Isn't she so? She's so tiny.
Yeah. Just a letter G and a letter G, not G-I, G-G.
Blue's telling you something, Ronald.
I know.
She's not as. See that's Blue. You good girl. Yeah, you can definitely tell she's a lot smaller than BB. There she is.
Indeed.
But trust me, she puts the boys in their place.
I've been waiting for Shadow to say that word this whole stream.
Yeah.
I like that word.
Stay out on the porch.
You know, it's about being, as I put it, self-reliant.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Because I would like to get to that 700 mark before Christmas. And I'm going to be giving back again. You know, I'm going to be making a whole bunch of different hats, you know, and just giving them away to friends, people that support me. Because I never thought that I'd get my channel as big as it is. I never thought that. Just didn't, you know, because my channel's more about blessing other people, you know, which in turn blesses me. Because people are getting warm hats, they're getting blankets, they're getting pot holders, dishcloths, you know, that I make. I'm not going to monetize my channel, so hours are not important to me. You know, and I wouldn't think that YouTube would shut down a channel that's living, you know, without getting the hours. It doesn't matter. Yeah, she's such a sweet girl.
Yeah. Well, when I began to create my channel, I didn't thought I would reach the numbers I have now. I thought when I began to do videos, hey, nobody want to watch this. Maybe a few. And now I'm over 2,643. So.
Okay, let's go.
Come on, boys.
So that has increased.
Come on, boys. I know.
Well, Shadow, I know exactly what I'm going to do tonight. I already know.
Here we go.
Oh,
What?
Take
I'm going to sew something.
pretty girl.
Oh.
I just can tell now. I can just tell that I want to do it now.
There we go. But yeah, I've got less than an hour to get ready for Jesse and Lisa, and I need to get something to eat for my brother and I.
Mhm.
I have a kielbasa, you know, one of those round link things that I'm gonna saute in my skillet, and I'm gonna put some spinach with it. That's what I'm gonna make.
I should have ate more before I came back in.
Yeah. I had
But everyone
kind of
always knows that.
forgot these books. Oh well. That's gonna be great. Look at that tail wag. Relax, boys.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, Shadow. You told me before. I think you told me that you know how to sew on a button, right? I think
Yeah.
you told me that before. So you can do it.
Hi, Nicole Ruiz.
I'm not surprised. You're a great guy. Thank you, Huga. I appreciate that.
No, I didn't hand my cat off to Shadow. I handed it off to Ronald.
I have my
My-
own cat. I have 2 cats, and the one,
That's funny.
the one I have in my lap at the moment, he
think-
likes to be always in my lap, especially if I'm streaming or do something else.
It looks like it looks like a tabby just like mine, but mine has
Yeah, he's a tabby.
she has medium hair, so she's a little bit fluffier. He looked like he was a, as they call it, a oh, how do they say it?
Hey, Nicole, good to
Short
see you.
coat. You know, it's just the normal
Hi,
coat.
Nicole.
Oh, what are you
Trying to
having?
find something
What do
my
you have
crock
in your
pot is
crock
done.
pot? What do you have in your crock pot?
Exactly, Chris.
Shadow held up his cat in perfect timing. Yes, it was.
It's called a segue.
Segue. Oh, that was cute. It's amazing, you know. Ooh, that sounds good.
What?
Just chicken breast, potatoes, and carrots.
Wow.
Yeah, now we can see I get even more hungry.
Yeah, honestly.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and go. Thank you, Shadow Scout, for letting me be up here.
You're
And
very
I'm gonna-
welcome. You're always welcome.
Thank you so much. You know, so I can get my brother and I's dinner ready and get ready for this big giveaway. It's
Yeah.
gonna be great. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Take care,
See you
Rebecca.
later.
I will.
Take
Take care,
Bye-bye.
Rebecca. Bye. And Hugo says commercial time. Yeah. They push these commercials really hard this week. I don't know why.
Yeah, that's what I've noticed.
Just simple the way I like it. Cabbage too, but not in the crock pot.
So yeah, Shadow, like I said, I mean, like, you know, more recently I've gone back into the sewing a lot more. I think, you know, when you're in school, you got to do certain projects, right? You know,
Yeah.
because that's what the teacher, whatever it is,
They
blanket quote,
tell you
whatever.
to do because
Yeah.
they have planned you have to do certain things, and when you
Yeah,
finish those projects you can do whatever you want after
Yeah.
when you finish those.
yeah. I think one of the things I've started to learn is that now I'm as an adult and you know you're outside of school or whatever, you can do the things you want to do, whatever it is you want to make, right? You know, you want to make a bag, go make a bag, right? You want to make a robe, make an apron, right? Whatever it is, right?
Yeah.
Because that was one of the reasons why I started to do it more. It's just like, because it was starting to, like I said, it's another form of creating for me. I mean, like I enjoyed it very much.
Yeah.
You know, like I said, I enjoy it as much as I like using power tools. You know, there's just something about it. And besides, it's good to practice on it and stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Because you gain the experience from it by doing the action of the skill, right? Especially if you're be using said item afterwards, right? Because there's just something
Yeah.
about creating something for yourself, whatever it is, and starting to using it, right? You know, that kind of, I built it with my own 2 hands, or sewed it with my own 2 hands, right? Because it really should, because you learn so much from it, and it's just like, oh, speak of which, Shadow, I have a bunch of
Yeah.
sewing videos coming up soon.
Okay.
Yeah, a couple of
Okay,
things.
cool.
Yeah, a bunch of things that I definitely has sewing in it. Definitely. Maybe some mending too.
Yeah.
Because it's one of the things I start to do a lot more in the winter now. Sewing / mending. But
Yeah.
maybe I can add in crocheting and knitting in there. All right. Because a lot of the time, like, when you see sewing or whatever, it's usually females doing it, right? But you know, there is a thing called male tailors, right?
Yeah.
There's people out there, males out there that sew or mend or whatever, right? Usually they're tailors though, right? Usually
Yeah.
it's part of their profession, right? But for the most part, in terms of the crafting part, usually it is females doing it. But I mean, there's so many videos out there you can learn from. So
Yeah. So the problem is I suck when it comes to sewing things like that. I can't even attach a button on my clothes. I can't even do that. I really suck on it. I don't know
I just
how. I have no
I,
knowledge about how to sew or
I learned it just by following
anything.
some videos. I mean, I just kind of rationalized it, or where it made sense to me, right? It's like, okay, I can understand why you go in a certain way.
Okay, Huga, take care, stay safe. God bless. Thanks for
Take care,
stopping by. I
CB.
appreciate it.
It's always a pleasure to see you, CB. Among some other things, yeah. So that's what, like I said, just, I don't know, just start simple, right? I mean, like, maybe some mending or something like that. Well, maybe not mending, but making a little pouch first. I mean, some of the earlier videos I showed, I just made little pouches first, right? Something
Yeah.
that takes a couple hours. Well, I shouldn't say a couple hours, but it doesn't take that long. Versus now, what I'm starting to do, I'm starting to up my game on it by like bigger things or more complex things, right? Well, because then you gain some confidence because you're starting out small scale, right? You gain some confidence and experience through it, and then eventually, you know, your willingness to want to do it is much higher, because it's like, well, hey, I made this small little thing. This bigger thing is just, I just got to sew a little bit more, attach a few more things, right? Because I remember one of my relatives came by and visited me, and I showed them something I made, and they're like, you sewed this here? I'm like, yeah, well, I had too, right? And they were so surprised, right? Because I think, because like in my family overall, right, it's usually the
Yeah.
females that know how to sew. So that's why, because it was like not quite an aunt, but anyways, right? Because
Yeah.
she would tell me that, yeah, your uncle doesn't know how to sew, right? Your cousin doesn't know how to sew, right? So when she saw that I made this, she's like, wow, right? And she's like, where'd you learn this? I don't know, I just did it. Followed some videos, and then just applied that knowledge to what I'm doing, right?
Yeah.
I'm not trying to make a quilt or a pillow or whatever, something like that. Yeah, I just made a couple pouches first, right? I mean, one of the things I want to do is up my game on it to something a little bit more complex. But like anything in life, you start off simple, right? The simple things. Understand the simple things, right? Then you apply those simple things to that complex problem or situation, right? You know what I mean? You break down the problem to parts, right? And go from there. That's how I've been doing it. And now I've started to understand even more. Start to understand it a lot more. To the point now I'm like, or I enjoy it a lot now. And even to the point that I'm trying stuff out that different things. Because it allows me to, you know, not discover, but like do things that I want to try out. You know what I mean? Like in school,
Yeah.
you had to do what the teacher advised because that was part of the project. That was part of the class, right? You have to because you're getting graded for it, right? You know, and stuff like that, right? And don't get me wrong, the males in our class had difficulties too, right? And at times me too, right? But you know, when the teachers saw our final products, right, our finished products, they're like, yeah. One thing she said was like, "See, you boys can do this too, right?" It really just shows that you know you
Yeah.
shouldn't be so stereotypical about the skill, right? Saying, "Oh, only females do it." No, males can do it too, right? We just have to apply that knowledge, right? It's just like in woodworking or shop class, right? Like for the most part, there was male in class, but there was some females in the class too, right? But they were able to do stuff too, right? Just like there's female carpenters nowadays, right? It's just like it's all good, right? That's why when Rebecca said that she knows that do these other things are not quote unquote sewing, knitting, or crocheting, like fixing this, fixing that, right? It really reinforces that, right? That we all can learn more of this stuff, right? Because I would just imagine a long time ago that these were just skills that everyone had to learn or wanted to learn, right? Because you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like I
Yeah, I know
know
what you mean.
I forget who said it. It was either Vanessa or TV that said about military sewing, learning how to sew so they can sew on their patches, right? But
Do you know when I was in the army, I had to sew on my patches, and you know
mhm.
what? It took me hours to get them on. And when I tried a couple of years ago, I tried to sew something. Do you know how long it took me before I was finished? It took me 8 hours to sew on a patch.
Yeah, but you did it though, right? That's the thing. You actually completed it though,
8 hours.
Because yeah, I mean,
That means I really suck on it.
yeah, but you did it though, right? I've heard from my friends too before. They're like, "Hey, so," because I've actually sewn in front of people, right? Males and females, right? And the females are like, "Are you sewing?" And I was like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Cool." And the males, and the male friends I have, right? Well, I don't know how to sew. It's more like you just haven't discovered that skill yet. You know what I mean? I mean, to a certain degree, I guess sewing and crocheting and knitting, you know, you need hand-eye coordination, right? I mean, also a sewing machine, a jig like what Rebecca had would help, right? I mean, but if you can hand sew, you probably can sew with a sewing machine. Exactly, Chris. Right? Channel, do something fun like sewing a secret pocket or something like that. That'll make it fun and interesting to learn, right? You want to engage into where it's fun to do, right? It's just like doing projects that you want to do now as an adult. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you know how to do that, then something like mending a pocket, mending a hole, mending a ripped seam or something like that will look cool. I mean, would be still be interesting. Like I was showing I was at my friend's place, right, and my friend's daughter had a ripped seam along her pants, right. I'm like, yeah, I'll sew it back up for you, right. And I was showing them, right, because they're just in that age, growing up age, right. I was like, see, you can do this too, right? You can do this too, right? And I showed them. I'm like, see, you can't even see where I stitched, right? But I was showing them you can do this too, because to me, I think it's important that we continue sharing and showing the younger generation that it doesn't matter if you're male, female, or whatever, you can do these things. Obviously, hand sewing, you need two hands or whatever, but as long as you're physically able to, you can do it. The limitation is in your mind, right? Maybe it takes you a little bit longer, but you can eventually get it done. And maybe it doesn't look that pretty initially, but as you practice, you get better at it. Because I've noticed that too, like my stitching tighter, even more in a straight line. Like I've shown in one of my live streams using, like, you can do it with a lot of things, but you could do it with 2 rollers. I've done it with 2 like old debit credit cards, right, with a binder clip or a clip sandwiched in between, just to get a straight line. So it looks still not only good, but it looks good, professional kind of deal, right? And it's straight. So I've done stuff like that before, where I've used stuff like that. Because I picked it up on a video of people using like rulers and stuff like that. I'm like, basically that's just a straight line, right? You know what I mean? It's just like using it's like measuring with a ruler or whatever, right? Drawing a straight line with a ruler. Basically, that's how you're doing it, right? Seriously, Hondo? Did you just see when Hondo wrote? You better outsource it to me.
Yeah.
Shipping might be expensive. I'm just saying. From Sweden to Canada, I'm pretty sure that would have to cross the Atlantic, across many, many borders. But yeah, because another thing about mending, sewing, I find is that you can repair stuff. Like, remember how we were talking about the repair topic a couple weeks back, right? I know. I think, remember that, Shadow, when we were talking about that and stuff like that? So I know even in the bushcraft community, like sewing kind of thing too, right? Even the big channels out there, right? Even the big channels out there. Some of these people know how to sew, right? Let's see, David Pearson, really big monkey, right? Now, granted,
really big monkey.
He tends to use the sewing machine now. Process, right? But I'm pretty sure, if he had to, he could still hand sew. And there's certain times you actually have to hand sew it, just because you can't get the sewing needle in with a sewing machine, especially if you're mending. Because usually mending is awkward, because tears, rips, or whatever awkward angle. You can't get the sewing machine into that, but you can still hand sew it. So, like, I think my dad said this one time. You have more dedication to it, CR, than my dad does, right? He's more, right. Like, I've seen my dad sew, right? So I get it. I understand that, right? You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
Like I said, it just because, and besides, I mean, like as a male, right, being able to sew, right, I can, well, there's a wardrobe malfunction, or with friends or with my female friends that I have, right? I can be the guy that saves the day, right? You know what I mean? Don't worry, I can mend that right now, right? Because I have thread
Yeah.
and a sewing needle with me, right? I can mend that right away, kind of deal, right? You know what I mean? So, and I've done this several times, or just like time I was at my friend's place, right? And well, actually, his niece had a rip in her wallet, like it was some frozen wallet or whatever, right? I mended that back together, right? And I'm just like, see, I brought it back into a useful state again. So it doesn't even
Yeah.
have to be landfilled or trashed yet, right? It's back into a useful state. I think this is one of the reasons why I started to do it a lot more, because now I can fix things, right? Help people out, right? And stuff like that, right? Like, don't get me wrong, hand sewing will be time consuming. There's no doubt about that, right? But, as you get better at it, you make speed. You gain speed from it. Because you start to understand what to do and stuff like that, right? Where sometimes, some of the mending I do can take as little as 5 minutes. The button might be a couple minutes. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. Especially considering like people that have their, like, let's say, get home bag or bug out bag or whatever, right? And just
Yeah.
and maybe you can't, for example, you can't afford the best latest thing, a max edition, etc., brand, right? You gotta get secondhand, right? Because and stuff like that, right? Well, you can always reinforce it. You can always beef it up, right? Add that extra stitching into it, right?
Yeah.
And stuff like that, right? Like even Second Star, right? He's mentioned about his wife making bags from our bags secondhand, right? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Matt. Perhaps he doesn't do it as often as his wife does, but he probably could still do it. Well, you told me before your wife knows that still, right? You told me this before, so
Yeah.
maybe I don't know. Maybe get some tips from her or something like that, right? Or and stuff like that. And just practice, right? You know, if anything, then you don't have to inconvenience her. Can you mend this? No, you can do it yourself then. All right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, because like Hondo said, or else you'd be outsourcing it to someone to mend. Because I've seen that with other people before, right? Males outsourcing mending or whatever to females, right?
Yeah.
Like jeans, shirts, or whatever, right? Especially if the clothes are still good. It just has the seam has pulled out, right? Because they got snagged on something or whatever, right? But they still want to wear it, right? And it's a good way to
Yeah.
keep the clothes keep going, all right, as much as possible versus landfilling it or donating it or whatever, right? Because preparing the clothes and still being able to wearing it is probably better than converting it into rags or landfilling it. Because you keep it into that useful state, its original use, right? Clothes, whatever it is, hat, shirt, jacket, pants, whatever, socks or whatever, right? And keep it going for a little bit longer. So there is a lot of benefits I find in terms of sewing that help us as people in the environment and all this stuff a lot longer. In my
Yeah.
opinion, I think this is why a lot more. It becomes like it goes beyond just crafting or preparedness or prepping in general, right? There's a lot of more benefits to it, right? and you could do stuff, right? You can, I mean, like I said, I mean, you could be making a little pouch for your get-home bag. You know, you already have the materials, you just
Yeah.
have to put it together, right? Versus buying something, right? And the thing is, about when you make something, generally, you can customize it, customize the shape, the color, the materials the best as you can, right? Because buying something pre-made is still buying something pre-made. It's a fixed dimensions, right? Like a pouch or whatever, right? I mean, yeah, I can buy a pouch at the dollar store or whatever, right? But I might need
Yeah.
something very much more customized with extra pockets or that fits something specifically. For example, right? Let's just say you're making a like a fire kit type of pouch or whatever, or something, a tinder pouch, as I say, right?
Yeah,
You
it
can
in your
customize,
pouch, yeah.
yeah, you can customize it a little bit more. So, oh, hey, now it's got a draw tie instead of
Yeah,
a
you
zipper.
can do it more personalized.
Yeah, you can add certain little things, right? You can add stuff into it that you wouldn't necessarily get from a stock item from the store or whatever that's pre-manufactured, stuff like that. Because it may save you money too, because obviously you might be able to source out the materials better, source out better materials. You can put the craftsmanship or craft personship into it, right? A lot more, and right, and you would notice that you would take pride in it, right? Because you made it yourself, or at least fixed it yourself, or whatever, right? So. Really, Chris? Chris said that too. Seriously, Iron Fighters? You guys all
Yeah.
encouraging that now? You guys all encouraging that? I'm reading the chat now a little bit. I kind of went on for a little bit, but I mean, like, I've seen this so many times, right? Where a lot of this stuff just needs a little repair, a quick repair. Providing you have the skill and the knowledge and the experience and the gear for it, it can be done, right? Except for
Yeah.
sometimes people don't have that skill or the tools, right? But in my opinion, sewing needles and thread are fairly easy to obtain. So the only limiting factor is the skill. Well, and the time too, but but like I said, if it's your favorite shirt or whatever, you might want to do that, right? Especially or jacket or whatever, right? Or let's just say it's a jacket that you like to wear, but there's a hole in the pocket, right? Stuff like that, right? So in my opinion, we all can do it. Multitasking Swedish version.
Yeah, that would. I really suck at multitasking, actually.
Yeah, and depends what I'm doing. You can only multitask so much.
Well, it
And how much
depends.
time?
Yeah, it depends on what you're doing.
And the timing of everything, right? If it takes 5 minutes for something to cook, you can do something in between. You're waiting for something to
Yeah,
simmer.
Handle, that would be
stuff like that.
really funny.
Yeah. Like I said, if you're cooking something, you gotta wait a half an hour for it to simmer. Well, you can do something in the meantime, right? That kind of multitasking
Yeah.
is easy, but if you're stopping and going, that's harder to multitask because it's just like, I mean, I've done a couple of things where I'm like doing something while I'm sewing. I'm sewing a couple more lines, type something, couple more lines, typing something, right? Like right now, I'm not multitasking. I'm just sitting down talking, but yeah. But like I said, I think it was Chris that said that, right? Sewing a pocket, right? I mean, like, it could be a jacket that maybe you bought secondhand or new or whatever, right? Hand me down or
Yeah.
whatever, and you want a breast pocket or inside pocket. with some sewing skills, you can put that on and have it. So now you don't have to buy a separate jacket to have an inside pocket. Now your favorite jacket has it. For example, have I done it? No,
Yeah.
not yet. I haven't sewn an inside pocket on a jacket or made an inside pocket for a jacket. Although, now that I think about it, that might be obtainable. Now that I think about it. And that could be somewhere to put your phone, right? Which could be very handy, right? Because I find the sewing, especially if it's handy or I'm doing something I want to do, or then I'm more likely to doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially if I'm helping myself out, right? Because I've helped other people out with sewing or mending before, right? Usually it's very minor, right? Very minor, but you know, but I show them only, and they see me doing it within minutes. You know, it doesn't take that long, right? But you know, but it really shows that you know the younger folks out there, the younger generation, right? Right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because they see it, because they might even have that stereotypical view, right? It's just like, you know how to sew? Because they see me as a guy, right? You know what I mean?
Hey, McBean,
yeah.
good to see you.
What's up, maybe? But you know what I mean? It shows that it's like, oh, hey, Sears knows that stuff. He's a guy. I should be able to learn it. I'm a female. I should be able to learn this or whatever, right? So I try to show them that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
You know, because I every so often I'll ask them, because obviously I haven't been in school for a while. It's like, you know, do they still teach this in school? Right? You know what I mean? I'll ask them, sewing or whatever it is, right? Because also, you know, stuff like science, math, language skills are still important. History, social studies, whatever, right? All those things are probably the main things that are still taught, but these side things, are they still taught? That could help you in life, right?
Yeah.
Like crafting.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Cooking, sewing, and all that stuff. I would hope they would still implement that to a certain degree, right? I mean, obviously there's cutbacks and all that stuff. But,
yeah, I began to learn cooking when I was 4 years old, and I made my own first dish when I was 5. So, and my grandmother were really scared that I would burn myself on the stove, but
yeah, I think it's like that too, right? I mean, like to a certain age, right?
well, I should be there and watch when she made lunch, dinner, or whatever it was, because I found it interesting, something really
I think if you apply that kind of
a good thing to learn.
that willingness to learn how to cook and the way to sew as much as possible, yeah, you probably could do it too. Because when you're interested in something, you have the tendency to want to do it more. Because you have
Welcome back, Nicole. Yeah,
it brings joy to your life, right? When something brings joy to your life, you have the tendency to do it more often, whatever it is, right? It doesn't really have to apply to like crafting or whatever. It could be gaming or whatever, or doing live streams or creating videos as a content creator, right? I mean, like,
yeah,
you have the tendency, if you things bring you joy or whatever, you have the tendency to do them more often, just because it makes you happy, right? You know, like I've been reading about this other stuff of like these habits that people have, or trying to just do something new, right? Like,
yeah,
because I think the hardest part is that initial hurdle, right? That initial part, the beginning, just to get over the hump, kind of deal, whatever it is. It could be trying to work out, get healthier, do more exercise, sewing, cooking, woodworking, Even
Yeah.
general preparedness and prepping is like that too, right? Where it's getting to know it and understand it, rationalize it, get the skills, right? But soon as you overcome that, it has the tendency to get easier. And when things get easier, generally we have the tendency to enjoy it more, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
There's like a lot of things, right? I mean, like we start off from somewhere. Preparedness is in the same way. Sewing's the
Yeah.
same way. Cooking's the same way, right? Some of us learn earlier on than others, right? But we all start from the beginning of the step. We just have to take that first step, and hopefully, eventually, that first step leads to more and more steps up the ladder, right?
Yeah.
It's just like sports are like that too, right? A lot of those athletes or whatever, they were doing it since they were young, right? They've had plenty
Yeah.
of experience at it, right? Right, and they enjoy what they do. That's why, in terms of athletes or sports, that's why they do it as a professional, right? Or people that are
Yeah.
seamsters or tailors, that's why they do it, because they enjoy it, right?
Yeah. And it's what Handel says here: when you have a passion for something, it's not work, it's effort.
Well, not even effort. It just, you enjoy it. It becomes fun, right? You enjoy the process of it, right? You enjoy it, right? I mean,
Yeah,
don't get
exactly.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Some things are tedious and kind of like, I'm like, ugh, I broke the sewing needle. That kind of ticks me off sometimes when I break the sewing needle, because I'm trying to go through something so thick or a piece of plastic to join materials together, right? But
Yeah.
aside from that, seeing the finished product, seeing how relatively simple it is, it didn't take me an hour, encourages me to keep going with it, right? Seeing that finish line in the distance, right? In spite of the
Yeah.
hurdles in the way. You're gonna see it like that, right? You know, see that goal line in the distance, right?
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
it's achievable. Sometimes you might have to put a little bit more effort into it, a little bit more oomph, a little bit more time into it, right? Like even I'll admit, even editing is the same way too. I mean, like video editing or editing in general, regardless if it's like spell checking, proofreading, right? People like even DJs, disc jockeys, right? That actually professionally use turntables and all that stuff, right? They probably enjoy doing it. That's why they keep doing it, right? But they had to learn basic
Yeah.
things, right? And stuff like that, where the basic things become habit. And the next thing they know, they're just like almost, I wouldn't say winging it, but they're combining things together, these basic things together
Yeah.
into something awesome, whatever it is. Like sewing can be like that too. I mean, like you learn a couple basic stitches, right? Let's say running stitches, back stitches, the ladder or an invisible stitch. You can do a lot with just that. Because I know, because I have. I've been able to do stuff. It's just applying it to the different project, right? Or even, like I said, DJing or whatever is like probably like that too, where they've learned basic things, but now they incorporate basic things in a different way. And next thing you know, you got some awesome beat going, and it's like remix going or whatever it is, right? Even editing is the same way. You learn the basic things
Yeah.
and how, what does this do? What does this do? And then you realize, hey, now I can apply it to here, right? That technique that I learned before, I can apply it here now, right?
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Because I've gotten questions before on the channel about the editing and stuff like that too, right? And like I said, I enjoyed the
Hey,
editing
Bob.
as
Good to see you, brother.
Hey
what's up,
guys.
oh,
We're doing good.
Bob, would you agree with me too, right? You
Mm.
so
And you seem to have a soup of some kind.
Hungry, CR?
Bob, can you sew, Bob? Can you sew?
Okay, CR, now you get even more hungry.
Yeah. Can you sew, Bob? Let me ask you that, Bob. Can you sew, Bob? Let me ask you that. Because I know you can fabricate. I know you can. But can you sew?
Can I sew?
Yes. Or have
Are
you
you-
done it?
Oh, years ago in junior high or something like that. I don't know.
But if you had to do it, could you pick it back up?
What the hell's this all about?
Oh, because I was just talking about this for like the last.
I'm not going to
years.
sew you a bikini, CR. I'm not going to do
No,
it.
no.
I'm not going to do it.
No, you sew
Piece?
sew
Not
him a
even a one piece?
uniform.
You can sew me in one piece, no.
Oh no! Shut that. I'm closing the border on Canada. That's it. We're just bam. It's over. Yeah. No onesie thing.
Fired. You're fired permanently.
Yeah.
No, but you
Who's the-
probably had to sew patches before, hey, or something like that. Eh?
A little bit.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
that just
that's-
shows you like to fabricate, but you can still do basic sewing if you add in patches or something. That's funny. So that's cool,
Yeah.
right? And you know how to cook?
No,
Fish.
not much.
Oh yeah, the wife does it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. She won't allow me in the kitchen. Yeah, that's it. Get out, mister. Yeah. Some delicious chicken and dumplings. This had to come out of a can today, guys. Wife
Okay.
did not make. Shadow. I'm sending one Filipina to Sweden. I'm sending my wife to Sweden in the winter time because she did not make my breakfast again today. She's out.
Okay.
If you see a Filipina wander in the streets with no shoes and no jacket, don't help her. That's my wife. Yeah. So what are we talking about here, guys? What's up?
Sorry, I had to.
Well,
I am here.
in the beginning of the stream, we talked about how to travel in an SHTF event. So,
yeah, and we had Preparedness Veteran and Rebecca in
Yep.
for the most part. Preparedness Veteran had lots to say. A lot of things
yeah,
I
he
didn't
had a
even
lot of
consider.
things to say.
Yeah, some key points that stuff like that. Oh, he was mentioning because I think we were talking about like vehicle safety, obviously the tires, engine, stuff like that. Operational security, like spatial awareness, right, and stuff like that. Keeping distance. If you're traveling in a pack, you want to stay in constant communication, stuff like that, right? And being aware of the situation and planning for it as the best you can, all right? Because I think that's important too. Sandy?
Yes,
Still
Sandy.
here? I
That's
didn't realize Sandy was
usually
still
how
here.
everything goes. It start off with a topic and spin off. And I just left Maria's chat or Maria's live, and she was modeling half shirts for us, and shaking it around a little bit. So it's like yeah, it was all right. I like that. Slender Filipino dancing around a little bit. Just a shame.
Yeah. That's you, Bob.
That's me.
That's you, Bob, in a nutshell.
In a nutshell. Yeah. I like to go to her chat and flirt with the Filipinas there. They know I'm an old married man, so
They don't care that much, I guess.
just flirting. Yeah, it's nothing naughty. Just flirt, you know.
Yeah, it's just Bob.
Just me.
It's the way he
Yep.
is.
Yeah, yep.
Just we. Yeah.
Oh, let's see. I found there was a Filipina who lives in Austria. She's got a boyfriend, husband, whatever, over there in Austria, and I found her channel through Maria's. Oh boy, has she got some shorts? Oh la la. Oh, Payat Magadang Babae. Yeah. Got my attention.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Bob. I don't know if you heard this when I was saying it, right? One of the things that sewing has allowed me to do is to help the women out. So if they have like some clothing malfunction or something that needs to be fixed, I can help them out and look like, the awesome dude that helps them out with their clothes.
You sneaky bastard. Yeah.
See, I've been taking notes for you. I'm like, if you help the women out, they're more likely to help you out, right?
Get next to those girls. Hell yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
I'm just saying, right? I'm just saying, right? Because they look at me, it's like, what? You know how to sew? You can fix this? Yeah, I can fix this, right? And they're like,
okay,
hug after.
Fireworks.
Take care, Iron Fireworks.
Have a nice
I mean?
dinner.
That's another reason why I do it.
Take care, my friend. Stay safe. And
Get
God
next to
bless.
them
Help the
women.
I
females
appreciate that
to
you
help
stopping by.
the female.
Let's see.
But it happens, right? Like it's one of those things now that I've noticed.
I'll post up one of her shorts here and ooh la la. Can't help myself. I just love women. I really do. I really like women, man. Oh, here's one. Half shirt. Oh la ha la babae. Let's see if I can figure out how to. Let's see. I'll just go to her channel. No, not that one. I want the other one. What the hell's going on here? Sewing. Yeah, I've done a little bit of sewing, CR. Not an awful lot. I actually was looking into it when I was years ago getting a sideline with a heavy industrial sewing machine and sewing like custom made backpacks and pistol holsters and things like that.
Okay.
I was looking into that, and that's when I found a guy over in the Philippines who did it for me, and then he would send it back through the mail for me, custom made stuff,
Okay, I understand.
Well,
There's money in that. There's
good.
money if you get an industrial sewing machine for like gym bags, backpacks, pistol holsters, on and on. There's money in that. Yeah.
Yeah, because the custom made stuff, like one
Yes.
of a kind, specifically for certain gear or whatever, right? Because they can't just find something off the shelf because it doesn't work or it's not
Right.
good enough, or hey, I need an extra pocket. This is too loose. I need something customized. All
Yep.
right. And besides, like I said earlier, I get to help the women out in my life.
Yep.
I look, right? They come to me. Right?
Okay,
Zero,
Sandy, take care, my friend. Stay safe and God bless.
Take care, Sadie. Take care. But yeah, like I said, I've helped women out in my life with sewing, and they're like, they give me, there's some perks to it, let's just say.
Make a
Yeah.
deal. Yeah, I'll make this alteration for you if you cook me a nice homemade dinner or a lunch.
Yeah. You can barter for it too.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Right? Well, because especially if it's an article of clothing that they really, really like, but they got snagged on something or whatever, right? They really want to wear it still, right? But let's say they don't know how to sew or whatever. I come by, I can help them out. Next thing you know, I get a meal or some other perks. Right. So to me, that's some of these skills can pay off more than you think.
You bet they do. Yeah.
Like your that guy that your Filipino friend or whatever that's helping you out, right? He's able to turn a profit, probably,
Uh-huh.
or at least make some cash out of it, right? So
Yeah, it
because
turned out
eventually
to be a
clothes need to be
yeah,
Yep.
it turned out to be a point of pride for him too, because he was sending his products to the United States.
Mhm.
Do you understand? It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, and
Yeah, I see what you mean.
stumbled. We actually, the story about how I found his shop was the wife and I were walking down the street downtown Davao, and there's a shop there that was selling pistol holsters and tactical belts and different things. I said, "Hey, wait, hon, let's go in here and check it out." And I wanted a, a shoulder holster for my 45 auto to take home with me. So I went in there and I tried it on, and it was made Filipino size, so I couldn't even buckle
Yeah.
it.
Mm.
And he called his daughter. His daughter was upstairs on the second floor. Called her down, and he told her, make this American size. So she took it right upstairs, took it apart, sewed on longer straps and buckle to go across my chest. And then I said, "Yeah, man, that's perfect." He did it right on the spot. And he says, "We can make you anything that you want, you know." So that's how we got in business together.
That's
My
awesome.
wife was still living in Davao, and I would send her pictures about what I wanted, and I made some good money because the ones that sold really fast was two shoulder holsters, dual shoulder holsters were 45 frame pistols. I sold a bunch of those. Yeah, they were expensive, but yeah,
Well,
sewing
because
can make you
I
money.
always imagine it's like type of fabrication, like literally and metaphorically speaking, like because you can customize it, right? But
Hmm.
some people want something customized because this is what they have. Like for example, like clothing, we have different body frames and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So sometimes off the shelf doesn't work for people because
Yep.
it's too tight, it's too loose, whatever, right? They need something customized. So there's
Yeah.
a market for that, right? Because not everyone can just use something off the shelf.
The guys at Boeing bought a lot of stuff, and it got to the point to where they could bring me a a a picture from a magazine, bring it to me. I would send it to who's now my wife over in Davao. She would meet with him, and he would custom make anything, And I made a lot of money at that, but they had to wait for it. They had to wait a long time to get it to ship UPS, and it was expensive. But yeah.
Yeah, it is expensive.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I always imagine if in a dire situation as HTF or whatever, like these skills are gonna have to come back into play, right? Because manufacturing has to come back, or things have to be made.
They have to be, yeah, or
Right? I mean,
repaired. Yeah.
well, yeah, exactly, repairs and stuff like that. Regardless if it's like a vehicle, sewing, mending, clothes, gear, tech, whatever it is, right? Eventually it may need to be repaired or fixed, right? So
Yeah,
those skills
exactly.
would be useful in my opinion.
Hendo down there in the comments says pay for quality, and this stuff was quality. He used a top grade materials, and he employed a tailor who made all this stuff. Yeah, and eventually his tailor retired, and then he got out of that business, and then eventually he closed his shop because he educated all of his daughters through university. They were working overseas, and now he can retire. So his tailor retired first, and then he retired. So,
Yeah.
it was nice. There's Nicole Ruiz. Let's see. I'll post up one of these shorts of this gorgeous little Filipino living over in Austria. She's got a whole page full of shorts. Woohoo! Girly girl.
You wear shorts.
The short videos. Yeah. Here we go.
Oh,
Let's see.
oh, that's what you meant. Oh.
She's go, honey. Yeah, dirty old man me. I admit it. Yeah. Okay, let's go ahead and go to. Go find Shadows live here. YouTube channel thing.
But yeah, I mean, I guess can I say drop something here that I haven't mentioned quite? I haven't even mentioned it on my own channel yet, but I'll let you guys know.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
One of the things I'm starting to do now is improve the winter gear that I have here, clothing here, by actually adding or mending it, if that makes any sense.
Makes
and
sense.
applying that skill towards something very specific, improving my situation too, right? And using what I have and stuff like that. So it's in the works. I don't know if I'll put a video up, but one of the things I've started to do is improve like the mitts and the gloves I have. Just because, like, yeah, don't get me wrong, you can go to a dollar store, go to a secondhand place and get something, right? Or whatever, right? You can get something off the shelf, order it, whatever, right? But I'm using what I have to improve the gear that I have, if that makes improving your stance, right? And just using what I already have, right? Just applying the skill into it. Like, one of the things is, like, I actually modified this mitt. It looks totally different. I don't even think I've even seen anyone ever try this before, because I've searched, I haven't seen it yet, but I was just like, I just tested it out yesterday because it's cold enough now. I was just like, wow, this actually made a difference. My hand feels warmer, right? That was the intent, right? Just so the gear I do have is working the best it can with just the resources that I have right here. I didn't have to outsource it or buy something or whatever. I'm just using, combining skill with that gear and making something, improving on it, right? It's just like you, Bob, like with the fabrication, right? You're improving your house or home security with things that random little things, and then you're just manufacturing or fabricating it together to improve the situation.
Yeah.
So to me, I'm doing that with sewing, if that makes any sense. I think as an analogy there. So no, every time when I hear you improving the situation, I'm like, come on, I can do this too. Bob's doing it, I can do it too, right?
Yeah, you can.
Bob can do it, I can do it.
And if like if you're doing repairs, mending, you start off with something that and next thing it can turn into a side job for you. Yeah, why not? That's why I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism. Sorry, but I'm watching that little Filipina dancing in her short shorts and her half shirt in her living room. Yeah.
Standard Bob piece that Bob likes to do.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've noticed a lot of perks in terms of being able to sew. I guess when you have the skills, I mean, they'll go along with it, right? People ask you or whatever, I kind of feel sorry for some people that don't have a lot of skills out there at times.
Well, it comes down to this, CR. We used to say it in the Air Force a lot. The dumb ones die young. And that's just a natural selection of human beings. The people who can't keep up, who don't have anyone to help them, they die young. That's just the way it is. I know it sounds
well, you
cruel,
need to keep up.
That's right. Or get with someone who can help you.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, Hendo, I have a Filipino fetish. Married one. I've been with her for 20 years. I have a Filipino thing.
That's his thing.
That's my thing.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Be right back. I'll get a coffee.
Okay.
All right.
No problem. Coffee it is. Coffee it is for Bob.
I'll probably be making another one quite shortly. But yeah. I feel like I'm pulling away from our original topic here, but you know, sometimes we do that on the back half of the stream, right? Sometimes we
Yeah.
pull away from the main topic for a little bit because we can only talk about it so much. But yeah,
JHT says coffee's the best.
yeah.
Yeah, well, that keeps you awake.
Keeps you going.
That keeps
Right.
you awake.
Well, it keeps you awake and to keep going and doing stuff, right? You know what I mean? Whatever it is. I mean, if you're editing, sewing, fabricating, or whatever, you gotta stay alert, stay focused.
Yeah, exactly.
On what you're doing, right? I mean, eventually you gotta sleep, but you know, in the meantime, you know, I still got another hour. I'm almost done. Gotta finish this off, whatever it is, man. Put it together.
Yeah.
And the Bob's back.
Good to hear, Nicole.
Oh,
Yeah, Bobby's
Welcome
back.
back.
Yeah,
Welcome
CR, just look at it this way. I mean, I'm just giving you some suggestions. Learn how to use patterns
Oh, I've
and
been taking
buy.
notes. I've been taking
No,
notes,
yeah.
man.
Learn how to use patterns and buy a Chinese basic sewing machine and start posting stuff up on your alterations, your repairs, and custom made stuff. And include your email. You know, I can make you this. Man, it'll turn out to be a side job because you know how hard it is to find someone locally to do alterations, to do custom made, especially guy stuff like gym bags and backpacks. It's hard to find. Yeah.
If you do, you have to pay a lot of money for it.
Yes, sir. You do. Mm-hmm.
Or
And
get
you know,
shipped out or shipped away for something, you know. Yeah.
yeah, yep. Take that money that you're making, reinvest it into your equipment, and also you make a little bit of profit, buy a few cans, store them away in your you know, for your emergency stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
It works.
Another can of beans, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that's what I do.
At least I won't grow hungry. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have that circled around your preparedness. You know, try it, man. You never know where it will go.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've noticed being able to make something or whatever can make you money too, right? I mean, like there's something about if someone wants something or it needs to be done, if you can make it or make it happen, you can make money off of it, right? Because
yep,
you know, a side gig, whatever it is. I've noticed that every so often, and it's like, you know, I made something really simple, but it helps. They see me using it, and it's like, oh, can you help me with that? And the next thing they know, I'll pay you to do this now. Right.
That's how this machine shop of mine got started, was learning how to do a weld here and there, you know, and I got business that way. People would word gets around when you do a good job at a fair price, or even you'll work for trade, word gets around quick. And I mean, just keep my garage door open and people would pass by, you know, I heard you can weld. Yeah. What do you got? Bring it in, you know? Yeah.
Yeah. And just go from there. Yeah.
And if they're a little strapped for cash, I'd say, you know, you go over to the store right now and go buy me a 12-pack of Pepsi or something like that. And by the,
you would barter.
I've done it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a minute. I got an alarm thing going off inside the house. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've noticed that before too. I've somewhat bartered for something, right? Like I'll give something and they'll return something back and return to me as a gift too. Right?
Yeah.
Because And not
Bartering
necessarily
is
at the same
pretty effective.
yeah, not necessarily at the same time, but my friend, I gave something I made to my friend's mom, right? A little bit later, he gifted me this Mora later on.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, what's this? I'm like, what's this? He's like, oh, you gave my mom something, so I'm gonna give you something, right? As a gesture of good faith. I'm like, oh, okay, right. I wasn't expecting it, but it's just paying it forward, as they say it, right? Paying it back forward again, right? So there could be a lot more benefits of not just helping people, but creating stuff for people to use or use, especially useful things, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because when
Yeah.
people find something useful, they like it. They like it, especially if they use it all the time, whatever it is, right? You know what I mean? Especially if they know
Yeah.
that you made it, it's built well or whatever, right? Craftsmanship, right? Right? They have the tendency to want to repay you back to a certain degree, whatever it is. And then it's not necessarily always money, right? Sometimes it's with gear, resources, food, whatever, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hendo says with rising inflation, 24 to 28, going to be very expensive. Yeah, probably.
Well, yeah, that's another thing too, right? Some people don't have the money to buy that new shirt or new jacket, but they still have a jacket. It just needs to be hemmed or fixed up or, you know what I mean, repaired.
Yeah.
Like it's still in good working condition, right? Instead of spending $100 because the zipper's not working or something like to get a new jacket or whatever. If you fix it for them, they'd be like, "Hey, you saved me $100. I didn't have to buy a new jacket." And maybe they pass you a $20 Mora, for example, whatever, right? And the work that you put into it wasn't even that much, wasn't even that long. It just someone had to do it. Had to be done though. You know what I mean? And it couldn't be done with a machine because it's a vending job. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that too, Hondo. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
My daughter did that. She did alterations for her own clothes and for some of her girlfriends. We got her an Amazon sewing machine, and oh man, she made some cute stuff for her when she was in high school. Because I noticed that the Asian girls in the area, they like to take that and sew on a little bit of lace onto their clothing. I recall being in a mall once, and there was 3 white girls and 1 Asian girl, and the Asian girl sewed on little bits of lace on her short pants here and there.
Yeah.
You could tell it was done by her, and she got all the attention because it was custom made. So I suggested that. Yeah, I suggested that to my daughter. Why don't you try doing things like that? Yeah. She went right into it. I don't know what she did for barter and trade. I don't know, but she did it for her high school girlfriends and stuff like that. Man, there's still an alarm going off in my house. What the hell?
Yeah, and Shadow, I'll probably be slipping out in like 5 here.
Yeah. No problem.
And you guys are persuading me to want to make something now. I'm more. That's why, Bob, when I see you making something, and the rest of you out there, everyone else, content creators out there, everyone out there, when I see you guys making something, it motivates me to want to create even more. Because I see you guys making something, I'm like, come on, I can do that too, or I want to do that too, right? So, yeah, I just wanted to say that because that's why you guys are awesome.
Sure. And using this YouTube right here, and some of the people that you know on YouTube who try it, make some extra money. Excuse me again, but I keep hearing an alarm going off in the
Yeah.
house, and I can't. I got to figure it out. What the hell is that?
Yeah,
Maybe
that
some
sounds
rabbit
like a good
randomly
idea.
going by all the time. Some random
It
cat.
could be. It might be a squirrel too.
Yeah. Hopefully it's not anything serious. Hopefully. I guess.
Well, alarm systems are good, but it's annoying
those
when they're going off
all the time,
frequently.
the false alarms and stuff like that.
Yeah,
People have the tendency not to like that so much. But it's just the trade-off, right? Like I said, it's the trade-off. There's trade-offs and things, right? Right? You're alerted to more things, but you're also alerted to everything. A squirrel, rabbits going by, the cat's going by, the birds flying by it, the bugs, whatever, right? It's the way it is. You know what I mean? It's just
yeah,
like getting alerts on your phone, right? It's the trade-off, right?
yeah.
You
It
know,
is.
you hear it all the time, but if it's serious enough, you'll be glad you saw that alert, whatever it is for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's just like those banking alerts that or whatever. Someone has used your account, right? Oh, that's nice to know. Someone has just used the account, yeah, because I just handed my card to my friend to use to pay for something, right? So that's the trade-off, right? That's the way
yeah.
it is.
Well, we'll see what Bob says when he come back.
Yeah. I'll probably wait for
might-
Bob to come back before I slide out.
Yeah, he might find out something on what's wrong.
Yeah, I just want to hear it first before I leave.
He'd probably go around the house and see what's wrong.
Yeah, he'll probably check the whole perimeter. Make sure.
If
Check.
something sets off the alarm, it would not stay on the same place. So
Yeah. And it could be debris flying by the sensors.
that's
like
good,
birds.
Nicole.
Hi, Nicole. Yeah. Oh yeah, Shadow. I'll send you a personal picture of what I've been talking about. You'll see it. I'll let you sneak peek it first, like usual.
Yeah.
I'll let you have a sneak peek of it first.
Yeah,
a
sneak
couple
peeks are always nice.
Yeah, it's nice. The perks of knowing people, or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah. Whew. You know, I just realized I've been here for like almost the whole time. At least 3 hours by now.
Yeah.
Hey, Shadow, I must be your biggest fan.
Yeah, probably.
At least on the live streams, anyway. I seem to be
Yeah.
always here on the Saturdays. Almost all the time. Not all the time,
Yeah.
but almost all the time.
Yeah.
I think I've only missed your stream on Saturday twice this year. That's because I was busy or had to go somewhere.
Well, if
Most of the
you're
time I can
busy
chime
and,
in. Yeah, I know. Like I said, things do happen. It's the way it is.
yeah, it's 4 hours, 24 minutes, 12 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. I don't know if you saw that comment that I made about, like, because it reminds me of it because I see a reflective vest nearby me. Like,
Yeah.
everyone was talking about reflective vest, right? One of the things I did with a few was specifically add Spy to put a flashlight on the inside. That
Yeah.
way, if you have the flashlight on, it lights up the vest too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. So as a way,
Yeah, that makes
because
sense.
you get the passiveness of the reflectiveness, but it's actively lighting it, so it can be seen at further distance, even in the dark, right? So just something I just kind of just did. It was also one of these sewing things I did too. I added a spot to put a pocket, so I can slip a flashlight in.
All
For
right,
example,
Hendo.
right?
Okay, Hendo, no problem. Thanks for
Take care,
stopping
Honda.
by. I appreciate
Is
it.
Everything
Take
all
care,
good,
stay
Bob?
safe, and God bless.
So, Shadow, can I ask you what's the crime stuff going on with the gangs and all that currently in Sweden?
Well, same shit, same story. So
It just goes on, doesn't
Different
it?
day.
Yeah.
yeah, it goes on.
Different day.
And I believe yesterday, but this was not a gang related or something. They found a taxi driver hanged in a forest. That taxi driver was 26 years old,
Uh-huh.
and there was 5 people who were responsible for that taxi driver's death, and those were teens.
Oh, Jesus. They murdered the guy, huh?
You know, I don't
They
usually
took
swear
out.
on.
They hanged the taxi driver, and there were
Jesus.
5 people,
I
teens.
don't. Wow, I don't usually swear on your stream, Shadow, but holy shit.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't usually swear on your stream, but yeah, I just want to say that because straight up.
Were the ones apprehended, were they Swedish nationals or foreigners, or just curious?
No, I don't think they didn't mention if they were foreigners, or I think
Okay.
they were native Swedish. So
Oh boy.
I'm just disgusted by that.
so that's not fun,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, I'm disgusted by that. Well, I guess that's more reasons to
it's too
keep
much
preparing,
of
right?
that things that are going on.
Yeah,
Monsters.
more reason to prepare, right, Bon?
Yeah, exactly.
Be more
Guard
ready,
your
right?
home. Mm-hmm.
All right. Doesn't
And
matter where you are in the world nowadays. Doesn't
yeah,
matter.
yeah, that's
What
why,
happened?
you hear a lot of people, well, I live out in the country, I'm safe. It's like, no, you're not. Don't fool yourself. You're
Hey,
not
sometimes you gotta
safe.
come into town. You gotta go somewhere. Right?
Yep,
Eventually, you gotta leave your home
That
too.
is what I would call false security.
it is. Yeah. Oh, that doesn't happen here. I'm safe. Be honest with you, if I was in the business of breaking and entering and robbing homes, that's the first place I'm going to go. Is the guy who has no neighbors, who has no security system, nothing. I'm going to break it. I'm going to sit down the laneway in the bushes and wait for you to go to work, and I'm going to kick your front door in. I'm going to get all your shit.
Yeah. And there is cases where they have seen the owner leave the house for work, and the family leave the kids on the school, and
Mm-hmm.
the wife and the guy go to their works. But when they get back home, they clean the whole house.
That happens.
No furniture, nothing.
Nothing.
Everything is just cleaned.
Yep. Because then out in the countryside like that, you could pull a big truck up and empty the entire house out. You've got all the time in the world. You get 8 to 10 hours to empty their entire contents out, and no one will see a damn thing because there's nobody around. That's the first guy I'm going to go for. Somebody who lives in a residential area that's familiar with their neighbors. I would stay away from them.
Cars driving by on the road, people walking by, right?
Bingo.
I'm just saying, right? Low key is low key, right? Right. I'm assuming criminals or whatever are doing something like that. You don't want to get caught. You don't want people to see you.
Yeah. They don't want to be seen.
Yeah, my one of my friends here in the city, my city, he lives not far from me, but he was driving south, but he got into a snowstorm, so he couldn't keep going. So he turned the car and went back home.
Yeah.
And when he got back home, he unparked his car and went down to his front door. The window in his front door was smashed in.
Yep.
And there were two guys, one tall and one smaller. What he did was hit the tall one in his face, and the other one a knee straight into the groin, and then one hit him in the back, but he had luck, so he had time to get his arm up with his jacket around it, so he got a slight concussion. And that happened last week.
Yeah,
I remember you made a video about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were dressed in black and ski masks.
Yeah.
Our law enforcement here warns, if your front door or if you know your house has been broken into, don't go inside. Stay outside, call the cops, wait for the professionals to come in. And I think it's tempting for a man to attack someone who's broken into your house, but how many are they? Are they armed? Right.
Yeah, you don't know. Too many variables.
Right. At my age, if I get hurt, it's going to take me a long, long time to recover from an injury. So, I would
agree.
I would probably just back off and call the law,
Yeah.
Hey, grumpy old guy. Good to see you,
Grumpy.
brother.
Hey, Grumpy.
Okay, and with that, Bob, I was waiting for you to come back before I left, but I just wanted to hear these stories before I left too. Anyways, Shadow, thanks for having me on like usual.
Yeah, you're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to have you, CR.
Yes, and always hearing the stories from Bob. Hey, for once, Bob didn't fire me.
Yeah, you're on a lucky streak. I think this is a twice in a row that you haven't been fired. Yeah.
That's because I got my lucky charm in my back pocket.
You got your lucky charm. You better hang on to it. Next time could be serious.
Yeah.
Could be serious.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, take care, Bob. Take care.
All right.
See you one in the side chat.
Yeah.
All right. Take care.
Yeah. Take care. I find groin and strikes to the side of the knee works on everyone.
Yeah. I recall you in the last video when you were talking about your friend getting attacked that you were going to carry a baton with you. Or are you able to carry one with you, or? That works. Yeah.
This is a baton.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm not gonna flip this out. I would probably hit something.
Yeah.
26-inch.
That works. Yeah. Did I ever show you how I carry my keys in the parking lots when I go shopping? I'll show you what I do. Be right back.
Yeah, no problem. This got to be interesting. Bob always has great ideas. How are you doing, Grumpy? I hope you are doing okay.
You know,
Wow.
a long time ago, I put my keys on a lanyard, and especially this time of year when everyone's doing Christmas shopping,
Yep.
I'll leave my car and I'll wrap this around my hand and carry it out in the open like that. And they target seniors. And they see
Yeah.
me walking through the parking lot with something already in hand, and my eyes and head are moving. Are they going to go for me? Or are they going to go for Jerko over there who's, got one finger in his nose and not paying
And a
attention?
his finger in the nose and one cigarette in the other.
Yeah, a cigarette or a freaking cell phone and just stumbling along like an idiot. Or are they going to go for me who's already got something in hand? Criminals are not stupid. They're not going to go for the guy who's ready for it. They're going to
No.
go for the idiot over there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's December. I lock myself in the house and refuse to leave until January.
I hear you. I hear you, Grumpy. I do. Yeah.
And I also have my knockout spray.
Mm-hmm. Are you allowed to carry that folded up baton in your hand when you're walking down the street?
Nope.
Really?
If I have it attached to my belt, it's a violation against the knife law here.
I feel deep down that this is it's a conspiracy, okay? Like your country is a socialist country and they disarmed you guys. Now they're bringing
More
in
or less.
lots of violent people from other countries are flowing in, and you have no way to protect yourself.
Exactly.
I think it's been planned that way.
Yeah, I got the same feeling actually.
Yeah. Any smart man would. Yeah.
This I can have inside my home.
Yeah.
I can carry this in my backpack, but I can't have this attached to my belt. That if I have it attached to my belt, it's illegal. But if I have this in my backpack, I can carry it around. But
can you carry it in your hand?
Nope.
Can you go to something like this?
Yeah.
Because it's just house keys.
That would be a good.
Yeah, this would be a good way. Even if they're not your real keys, you could get a big ring of big heavy brass keys and shit like that on it. Oh, officer, it's for my apartment.
Yeah.
Think about something like that. Once again, who are they going to go for? You or the guy who has nothing in his hand?
Yeah.
Monkey paw keychains. Yeah, I've heard of those.
Yeah. They have a steel ball inside. You can buy those here in Sweden. And they are for self-defense, basically.
Is this Nicole Ruiz? I looked at her channel. Is she a bot? Or
no, she's not.
Okay. Did I show you last week what I'm doing with these harness sticks? I'm using a wood burner, and I carved grooves in the stick and I'm burning the edges of the wood, hardening the edges of the wood, and
Yeah.
now they've got
That looks nice.
little separations. So if I got a bump right upside somebody's head, it won't just glance off. It'll grab for a millisecond, maybe slice or do more harm, transfer more of the
Yeah.
force into the object. I got this one finished a couple of days ago. This one's all done.
Yeah.
So far, it's still legal to have all this stuff in my house also,
Yeah.
Yeah, see if you could maybe get a lanyard, Swede, and some keys and put them on there and just carry that in your hand.
Yeah. I always have my
Mm-hmm.
knockout spray on me at work
Yeah.
constantly. Because and things that happened to my friend that makes me pissed off, basically.
Yeah. 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 Let's see. So is your show coming down to an end? Are you getting tired?
Yeah, I begin to get tired. I didn't
Okay.
sleep well last night, so
Yeah. Well, I'll bounce out of here and probably go to Netflix and see what's on there and just sit here and quietly wood burn this freaking club. Just something to do, All right. Peace to you, my friend. Yeah.
Yeah, take care.
Eyes in the back of your head. Stay alert.
I always do. Okay, guys, we'll wrap things up now. Thank you for stopping by, and I appreciate it. Take care, guys. And remember, stay prepared. Keep your eyes open, stay vigilant, and stay in shape. And I will see you next week. Take care, guys. Stay safe and God bless. And I am out.